Darlene, or as they call me here on my channel, Mama D. There's a fun story behind that, but I won't tell it now. So I normally go live on Sunday evenings, and I just, my schedule and my life and my energy has just changed lately. So I had intended, wait, I'm talking while I'm pulling myself up here on my other device. I had intended to do 2 lives today, one in the morning and then one later tonight, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. We'll see how long this one takes. However, the idea here, hey, Liza, how are you doing, darling? Oh, wait 1 second. I forgot to mute myself over here. I have not done pre-recorded readings as frequently as I'd wanted, just live. I won't go into it. But I wanted to do a twin flame reading because I wanted to get that done this week. I didn't, and I don't have the time to record it, download it, upload it, blah, 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 blah. So I'm just going to go live and do a twin flame reading for you guys. For those of you who may think you're in a twin flame relationship. Liza, I'm doing really good. Honestly, for having had all the physical stuff to deal with, I'm doing well. I'm old, you just don't you have less energy when you get over here. So I'm trying to keep my life balanced I'm buying a different not brand new house. I'm closing on that on Tuesday. You're going to have some renovation done. So it's just kind of a hot mess over here where I am, but a good hot mess. So I'll take that. I will take it. So let me see. Oh, you have been, Sunshine, you're saying you've been in a twin flame relationship for months. I'm going to have to take these off. I've got to find a system here. I love my bracelets, but they make a little too much noise, I think, when I'm doing these because my hands are moving so much. And if anybody, because I don't know if I'm coming back tonight, I'm going to try to rest and then come back. If I don't, I don't. But in case that doesn't happen and I get done and anybody's here that wants a personal reading, I'm going to pin the info for that if you want, but let me do that real quick. It's not really why I came on, but if somebody wants that, I will do it. So let me put that here. Okay. And then let's pin it, please. There we go. Okay, good. Now then. You've been, Sunshine, saying, oh, no, you have been single for, yeah, I got you. I'm very happy right now where I am with all that because I am in a twin flame relationship. But I'm happily single too. That's okay. I don't know where I'd find the energy to be in another relationship right now, to be honest, but that's just personal. Oh, thank you. No, I'm not sad, Mason. I'm busy and divided. My mind's got a lot going on, but I'm not sad, not at all. My name is Darlene. All right, so I'm going to start today with, we're going to ask about the divine feminine and the divine masculine. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go and do your own research on what a twin flame relationship is. A lot of people may think they're in one. It's actually on the rare side. So it's a very difficult relationship, probably the most difficult as far as romantic relationships go. And it is not about, and I'm not going to go into a whole long speech here, but it's not about necessarily union, although that's nice when it can happen. It is about each partner triggering the other person so that they will heal. And frankly, that's true in every relationship, but particularly the twin flame relationship. And there is a specific dynamic where there is a runner and a chaser, and this is also about energy, and you have to be an energetic match, and there's this whole dynamic. So I'll let y'all go do your own research on that, if you will, if you're interested. But what I will do, one is one partner is called the divine feminine. There is a divine masculine. Now, let me be clear. That is not about gender. We all have feminine and masculine qualities within us. So don't get confused about that, and if I say he or she, that's because that's the picture on the card. And if this doesn't fit your dynamic, I do have a link. If anybody wants a personal reading, that's very reasonable, $20 super chat, $15 if you're using PayPal. And because I don't have any moderator here that I've noticed so far, because they're used to me being here on Sunday evenings, not this early, I might not be able to respond to all of your comments. So my apologies for that. And I'd love to welcome everybody in. So forgive me if I'm not saying hello to everybody. Hey, Mason said hello to Sunshine. Edward, good evening. Hello to in Pakistan. Good evening. Tay, good evening. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, Philip. Oops. I've got to, can't use my finger. My device is so darn sensitive here. Hang on one second. Oh, Liza, that's right. Well, I didn't know if you wanted to do that. You didn't want to do that. How you feel about that, sweetie? If you want, I'd love the help. Because it can get a little overwhelming. Oh, thank you, Philip. I have not worn these in ages, but they were just speaking to me today. The little copper and brass hearts. Thank you. I love them too. They're just felt like a heart kind of day. Yeah, thank you, Liza. If the kids act up, yeah, because they will. Kids. I appreciate you. I haven't had a chance to go and just have fun on my device and look and see what your artwork is you're doing, Liza. I know you're always busy. You kind of put me to shame. I remember when I used to be that busy with art. I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. What is the energy surrounding the divine feminine? Let's see how she's feeling about the relationship at the current moment. And guys, if you're here and you haven't hit that like button, please do so. It helps my channel, and I'm very grateful. All right. So, y'all know I had eye surgery, and I can't wait. I have to wait a few more weeks for my eyes to settle down, and then I can finally get my new prescription glasses, and I can't wait. I'm so tired of taking them on and off. It's just like I'm over it. Oh, making busts of your former well, that's a whole, there's oh, shucks. What's the name of that? The artistic term when you make a series, like was a subject. I can't think of what that's called. They are huge. Ooh. Well, I have to go look now, Liza. I have to go look. I'm kind of mixed about my new space because I wanted to have it's complicated. I'm not going to go into that now. I don't have as much room for art as I wanted. I was hoping to have a whole separate room, but I think what I'm going to do is just make this multi-purpose, kind of like an atelier room, like a, sassy artistic French artist studio, maybe. I don't know. I'm just streaming right now. One of my friends said I had the knights and all the elements. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That's very interesting. Maybe you just had to go through that whole, the whole universe of experience and check. I've had that experience. Decide which one you resonate better with. I'm not laughing at you, but yeah. How sweet. Oh my goodness. All right, let me focus here for a second on this reading for the divine feminine. How does the divine feminine feel currently about the relationship? Well, disappointed, moody. Maybe even. Well, I'm gonna. Yeah. Let's take that a step further. not happy. I mean, unhappy. I'll even say that. Emotionally unavailable for sure. Putting up a wall, defensive. Ooh. Now, I know you're going to say this means, because some of you know tarot, um, this can mean, oh, but I've got one more battle left to fight. I'm hanging in there. This is the wounded warrior. And yes, that is true. But you always have to take into context what it's near. And I think this is saying, no, I'm being defensive. I don't think I'm wanting to open my heart up anymore. Hey, Leah and KH and excuse me, Edward. I am 74 years old. I'm an old but feisty girl. All right, so what else does the divine feminine? So this is kind of the state of it now. I think I'm going to switch back and forth. Yeah, because normally I do all the divine feminine and then the divine masculine. I want to switch back. Now, how does the divine masculine see this relationship currently? Let's see. Tell me, how does the divine masculine perceiving the relationship, feeling about the relationship currently? Wheel of Fortune. Well, hoping things are going to turn in their favor, maybe in some way. Let's see. Basically good. All right. Hopeful. And then, but hurting. That's a lot of pain in that Three of Swords. Let me see what else. We got to get one more or maybe more on that. Let's see. Let me see. Three of Swords. Give me one more, please, on the divine masculine. How is the divine masculine feeling currently about the relationship? Michelle, you I know you didn't expect to see me this time of day. Good to see you, love. How in the world are you and your 4 boys? How's life treating you? Like a lot of fears coming to light, this person is saying they were hopeful and they do feel this is a destined relationship. I have to say that. That can mean that Wheel of Fortune, destiny, fate. At the same time, they're hurting. Oh my, oh my. And there, some things have come to light. Now, this is maybe, well, I don't want to guess. Let me look at the bottom of the deck, though. I'll pull some clarifiers because I need to know more about that. Interesting. You both have the 9 of Wands, and then there's oh my goodness. Yeah. So underneath whatever this person is saying on the surface level, it's interesting. I almost get the same energy off of this 7 of Wands that I'm getting off of the 9 of Wands. Now, this one over here for the divine feminine feels a little bit more like somebody putting up boundaries. Whereas this one over here feels like I'm on this hill and I'm defending my position. And I feel like this one feels a little bit more based on ego and pride, or yeah, because and I'm saying that because right behind it is this reckless behavior of the Knight of Wands. I think somebody is saying they're hurting now because what has come to light is that they stood their ground. That, in other words, they didn't want to change. They didn't want to initiate anything more than this in and out behavior, this somewhat reckless behavior of this Knight of Wands. And they just said, okay, that's all I got. That's what I got for you. But now they're hurting over that behavior. Okay. And here's their Nine of Wands saying, but can we try one more time? Because now this is the energy, this is like the understory, what they're not saying. It's not the surface. This is underneath the surface energy of, but their Nine of Wands has a different energy. Their Nine of Wands is like, but would you talk to me? Do we have one more chance? Can I have, because I really care about you. I really do. And I'm hoping we can kind of put this burden down. Okay, well, let's keep going. So that's that. Now, I do want to ask more. I want to get a little bit more on this moon card here. I guess I should. See, I can see the screen better. Wow, I just can't. It's on and off with the glasses. Mish, I'm sorry. I'm just now seeing your comments. So, what? I think we know. I think those cards answered. Anything else you want to tell me about this moon card? Yes. Uh-huh. That I think they're finding out. You know, you could be, I don't have cards here yet to tell me, twins, if this is a no contact situation or not. I didn't ask that question. But this person is saying what's coming to light here and what they're afraid of, because the moon talks about fears and things that are hidden and secrets. What's hidden and what's secret is that, oh my gosh, I'm in love. I'm in love with my twin. This is, I mean, I know that they're my divine partner here. And they may be spying on you a little bit, checking, looking at your social media, but they're not moving. And yet they're not doing anything about it. They're just sitting here. Their horses are on that chariot or in the barn, parked. And I think they're having an internal conflict over this. Okay. Well, that's interesting. All right, well, let's go back over here to the Divine Feminine now. Hey, Maria. Maria, I'm sorry, I'm struggling again to read that clearly. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Hi, Mason. If I didn't speak to you, hello. Maria, yes, thank you. These, I'm right now doing a reading for the Twin Flames because I didn't get it recorded this week, and I just thought I'd come on here and do it live. If anybody wants a paid reading, oh, Liza, God bless you. Like Liza, there's a comment pinned at the chat or in the description box. So they are 20 if you're using Super Chat or 15 if you're using PayPal. Now, how does this Divine Feminine, I want to ask this question. How does she see the potential future of, do I want to ask a second question though? I mean, a third question. Yeah, I do. I want to ask, what would she like to see the male do? What would she, now, how would she like this relationship to move forward? How would the Divine Feminine like this relationship to move forward? Please and thank you. Well, a bunch. Let's see. She'd like this Divine Masculine to stop acting reckless. Knight of Wands in reverse. Knight of Wands in reverse. Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Wheel of Fortune upright. Wheel of Fortune upright. She's saying, I know this is fated too. I know that this is a destined relationship. And I'd like to think that I had other options other than this behavior from my Divine Masculine. I'd like to think that I have good options, but some of you are telling me, yeah, but if this divine masculine doesn't come correct, in other words, because they've been resistant to change, if they don't come correct, I have nothing but coldness for this person. That's the short version of those two cards. Because many of you feel this divine masculine has been cold toward you, manipulated you possibly. This can be, King of Swords in reverse can be very narcissistic behavior. Ew, we don't like that. And the death in the verse can say, yeah, I'd really like it to not be over, but if this person doesn't change, because this card is about change, and when it's in reverse, it's saying, nothing's changing. I see no change here. Then the divine feminine is saying, well, hasta la vista, baby. That's what I get there. Okay. Thank you, Mish. I'm just seeing a couple of those comments. And let me see what's in. Yeah, you're saying if this person, this is both you and the divine masculine. So the divine feminine is saying if this person does not want to come correct and put in the work on this relationship, it's in my rearview mirror. It doesn't make me happy. Or you could be saying, divine feminine, that if this person doesn't come correct, as I said here, then this is a waste of my time and energy, a waste of my resources, and there's no future where I see us getting together. This is a broken family, shattered dreams, essentially, struggle relationships that just struggle constantly, and you're done waiting. You're done waiting on this person to come in with some kind of an offer, come in out of the cold. Yeah, this is just, because you want something that's balanced, not this. I think you've experienced this imbalance with this person. Disharmony in the home, right? Same thing. Breakdown in communication, all the things. Yeah, and there's that Chariot in reverse again. Nothing's moving forward. And you're saying, for some of you, there was a third party. You're saying, I'm not going forward in this situation. The only forward I'm going is to my own future here. I'm walking away from this hot mess. So that's the divine feminine. You're kind of at a tipping point, if not already made your mind up, it looks like. Now, here's my other deck. Let me get a little sip of water, y'all. Excuse me. Okay. How would the divine masculine like to see this relationship proceed forward? Futzing with my clothes because I wore this necklace, which I haven't worn in ages today, but it's so long, it's keeps hiding underneath my top. And I love it. I don't know why I don't wear it more. Okay. How does the divine masculine want this relationship to move forward? Well, of course they do. They want to see it return to some sense of stability. Queen of Pentacles. Let's see what else. Well, you best get to scrambling then. Okay. Well, this is interesting. Oh, that is so very interesting. Oh, my heavens. You've got to be kidding me. All right, I'll share. I won't keep it to myself. All right. Let me see, be sure that my chat is current. Okay, I think it is. Yeah. So, the divine masculine. as I said. First of all, and it's a queen on the card. Again, there's no gender here, but it does represent a part of how they see you. It means stability. It means somebody you can count on. It means somebody who's determined and whose money is good and all the things and who is nurturing. Okay, so they see you, the divine feminine, in this way. But I ask, how do they want to see this going forward? She represents stability and someone. This would be somebody who is, while she doesn't need anyone, she has her own money, she can take care of herself. She is typically coupled. Somebody you would want. This is the queen that you'd want to settle down with. In your person, now, I think this is your person showing up as the emperor. So we have the emperor coupled with the Queen of Pentacles. Well, that's not a bad match. But your person is saying, I'd like to move forward and be in charge of this situation. I'd like to be the authority. But there's a little bit of a controlling energy with the emperor. I mean, and that's okay. He's doing his job. He's got to run a kingdom, right? But for me, it's more, in this case, a little bit more of, let's move forward. Let's move forward fast. I am determined because I am the emperor. I have a plan. I have a plan, and I'm praying to the high heavens that I'm not going to be disappointed. Now, at the bottom of the deck, do you remember this card that won't go away? It keeps coming back for the third time, the Nine of Wands. So in this case, we go from the Nine of Wands to the Ten of Wands to the Fool. So this is good. This is progression. This is saying, I am the wounded warrior. I fought every one of these battles, but I still have one battle left in me. I want to give this another try. I want to put, because this has been a heavy burden, and I want to put that burden down. I want to fix this. So can we talk? Can we talk? Because I want to talk about us and what the future might look like for us. Because why? Because I want a new beginning. Well, this is about night and day between these two. I haven't listened to my intuition about what? About love and how I feel about you, Andrew. Because remember, this came out early. It was at the bottom of the deck. Because I've been at this crossroads for so long about being single and being liberated from something, we don't know what. Maybe the fact that they weren't moving forward or taking any action. I think for many of them, they had to be humbled in some way. They had to realize, and I said this, remember I said this regarding this card, it felt like a lot, somebody was more defending their position based on ego and pride. There's the reason, there's the example of that. But when it's in reverse, it's saying, oh, I did do that, and that probably wasn't a good move. Maybe I need to rethink that and come back around and apologize. Apologize for what? Maybe apologize for juggling, some of you. Well, now that is interesting. Okay. Juicy, juicy. Oh, thank you, Nalini. My channel is named that because that's me. I am a double Scorpio, and 11/11 is my birthday. And it's my numerology. So thank you. Appreciate that. All right, all right, all right. Now, I think I want a third deck. Let me see which one. I'm going to go with the lights here. So what I'm going to ask, because we've just got night and day here, and I will say this, because that's a whole lot of action cards, which I don't typically see, but it is at the bottom of the deck, meaning for me as a reader, I do flyers. So when cards come out as flyers, those are the dominant energy in the current and on the surface, happening or not happening. What's at the bottom of the deck is the understory, maybe what that person is thinking and feeling, but not telling you or telling anybody else or acting upon. So remember, these action cards are underneath. This person's thinking about this. They want to come, they want to talk to you. But on this side, I have a very strong card of communication and action. So I think you're going to likely hear from your person. And what I started to say was Mercury is retrograde. So that, you know what that means? People want it. It's not that it just brings back all the exes. It brings back, if you have unfinished business with somebody, it brings it back. So you can either finish that, resurrect it. It's all the RE words: resurrect it, rethink it. It also means you could give it closure if you don't want to resurrect it, or yeah, that. So let me see. Now I want to ask, what is the most likely potential? Potential. I do not believe that there's any certain destined outcome. We all have free will. So this simply shows you the trajectory that you're on if nothing else changes. If neither of you take action right now, or this person may take action. Let me say that differently. The potential based on what you two are thinking right now, this shows the trajectory. I don't predict the future here. And if you change one action, everything in the universe changes, right? So if you don't like this potential outcome, you have the power to change that because you are a powerful, creative being. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please educate yourself on the law of attraction. So, what is the potential, most likely, potential outcome in this relationship? Well, mic drop, Queen of Cups. Well, first of all, that's, well, no, that's right. I'm not doing a Scorpio reading. A lot of love, a lot of love. And this is love. And in this deck, there is no top on that cup. That means she is willing to give her love. All right, let me get a couple more here. What else? This is a shared energy now. Let's see. What is the potential outcome here for my twin flames going forward? Ooh, that's a whole, oh, I can't take all those, can I? Oh, goodness. Let me see what they are. Patience. There's that conversation. Okay. So the outcome is this. There's going to be a conversation, or your person's going to attempt to have a conversation. I don't know, if you've got them blocked and you don't want anything to do with them, then that can't happen, obviously. But Spirit is trying to balance out the energies in this connection. This would be a very appropriate card to show up in a twin flame relationship, because this is Spirit. This is the universe. In the typical Rider-Waite, this is an angel. And it's pouring from one cup into the other, trying to balance opposite forces. It means patience, though. Patience while we work on this. Patience while we try to get these two opposite things to come together and to balance in the 3D world. Patience, because you've got a conversation coming in. This conversation may be very difficult. Don't let it, go move into an argument. Try to keep it as a conversation. And the conversation is going to be about somebody telling you how sorry they are, where they're feeling remorse and regret about their actions. Their actions could have involved deception of some kind. And again, this is in reverse, Seven of Swords. Or maybe they're saying, I thought I had a plan, but it didn't work out. And so here I am. But it can also mean deception. They know they disappointed, and because of this deception, and yes, this is disappointment, but it also means apathy. I think what they're saying is, I realize because of my actions, my person over here, my divine feminine in this case, just, it's a meh from them. They don't want anything to do with me now. They're very apathetic. And it could be because this person was afraid of making some kind of a choice in their life. Somebody here needed to make a choice, and they were afraid to make a choice. And yet, they've been holding on. So that's what's going to happen. You're going to have or you're going to be given the opportunity to have a conversation here. Now, let me see what's at the bottom of the deck here. Yeah. And you're going to overthink this, but this is a, hang on. Oh, good. That King of Swords is in the upright now. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Is it Purple Phoenix? Wow. Well, thank you for the feedback, and I'm sorry you're going through this. I will tell you that. I know I'm in a twin flame relationship as well, and it's not for the faint of heart. So I just wanted to look, because again, the underlying energies that's not necessarily being seen or heard or talked about or even in any way apparent, is there's still this energy of a Five of Swords in the upright here. And that's what I was looking at, because it was, in the reverse over here, which we wanted in reverse, but this is ego and pride. So I feel like it's kind of a cautionary tale to some of you. There's a couple of messages here. Okay. Some of you, this is a cautionary tale. Don't you get stuck, and be sure your person is still not stuck in old patterns of ego and pride, because that's not somebody you want to waste any of your time and energy on. So don't you be like that. Be sure your person has changed enough that they don't come in that way, because that's not somebody you can build a future with. And they want to start something new. You want to take this leap. So I think for many of you, it's the past is haunting you. When this person comes back in, it's hard to look past this deception. It's hard to look past this person who, like I said, was taking you for granted, hurt you and didn't care, and all the things, because many of you have given up on this person making a decision to come towards you, choosing you, in other words. Oh, that's a lot of cards, but I feel like I want a little bit more. Show me a little bit more, please, for not half the deck, please, for the potential future of this twin flame relationship. You are 1011, Purple Phoenix. Awesome. Yeah, 11s are powerful numbers, aren't they? Ooh, you made that decision today. Wow. Wow. Well, it's probably no accident that you're here watching this, is it? Synchronicity. Please. Okay, thank you. I love it. Interesting. Very interesting. One second here while I look at this. Okay, wow, wow. Some of you are definitely saying, all right, let me give you this two groups of you here. For some of you, remember this is joint energy here. The potential outcome is shared energy, both of you. So for some of you, you're saying you're going to be given justice. Now, that can mean the justice for you might mean that this person even comes back and says, hey, I'm so sorry I did such and such, and I feel really bad about how I treated you. I feel bad that I lied and cheated, but I do love you. I have feelings for you, and I know I disappointed you, and I know I kept you hanging on because I wasn't willing to make this choice, but I've been holding on to you this whole time. And in that story, you feel a sense of vindication, a sense of justice. Okay. That can mean closure for you if you don't want this person back, right? Because this person could be coming back and saying, I can't move on for you. I can't move on. I've tried to move on and I can't. And that gives you justice. They may be coming in saying, but now I'm ready to work on this. I'm ready to give to this equally. So if you want this person back, that can be justice. Now, there's another group of you here that are saying, hell to the no. I don't want this person. Remember, we had the death card in reverse over here. You said that the death card in reverse can mean I'm resisting an ending, but it can also mean when you were talking about this person, you were saying they're never going to change. Why, I forget that. So now you have death does mean an ending so that new beginnings can happen. But in my readings, it predominantly talks about transformation and change after a very ugly, brutal ending. This is betrayal. So for some of you, this person is saying, I've changed. And for others of you, you're saying, I'm putting an ending. There's an ending. You're putting an ending to this. Two cards of endings here. I don't want to hear anything. I'm not the least bit curious. I have no more energy to put toward this toxic behavior of this toxic person. I want, drum roll please, a new beginning. And you're telling me, yep, and I'm moving on fast. I'm leaving the horses are out of the barn now on your side. They're hooked up to the chariot. You got your power bar. You're ready to go there. You're saying, I've finally gotten clarity. I've finally gotten clarity about this. Now, for those of you who want this person back, it's a different story. Because it's saying, I've changed. I still think you're going to resist wanting them back. They're going to come in and offer you this. I don't really think that's for many of you. Honestly, I don't. I think most of you want this something new. But for a couple of you, they may come in and, because they do have the chariot over here. We talked about that. This chariot is on their side. They might come in and offer you this brand new shiny thing, and they may be telling you, I've finally gotten clarity about our relationship, and I don't want it to end. This is the world card in the reverse. Let's keep this going. Let's see if we can't resurrect this. But where's the apology? Where's the apology? Where's that conversation? You're saying, I'm hearing the divine feminine say, where's that conversation about when you were doing all that, and the other? Where's that conversation? Because frankly, I kind of like being single. Now I'm just talking. This is me talking. Yeah, I think some of you are saying, though, truthfully, I like being single, but better than I did laying awake at night and obsessing and because that's one of the characteristics of a twin flame relationship is obsessive thinking. You can Google it. You know, anxiety and stress over somebody who was clearly very selfish, very self-centered, wanted their way of the highway, and had no room to consider anybody else but themselves. And this person is probably going to tell you, but I'm awake now. I've woken up. I want to reconcile. I want, I'm just saying. Got two groups of people here. So you're going to have to make a choice, some of you. You're going to have to make a choice. But it looks like, for most of you, if not all of you, your person, the divine masculine in this case, is headed your way. Headed your way. And the challenge here is going to be a conversation. So, this will prove to be interesting. All right. All right, guys. I think that's it. That's a heads up. You will know where you fall if you want to entertain that conversation or you don't. You want this person back or you don't. Just be sure they're coming correct, because I see that in the energy. I feel that in the energy. People say a lot of things. It doesn't make it so. So be sure that you are basing moving forward with this person on their actions and not their words. And also be mindful, as I've already said, and actually, no, I wrote that in a comment response. Remember, this could be an opportunity for closure for some of you, but it can also be somebody coming back where they're trying for whatever reason, blah, blah, blah. But then because Mercury is retrograde, they might not stay. So don't make any big commitments or any big decisions regarding this relationship until Mercury is way out of, when it's gone direct, which is 2-3 more weeks. So don't make any major decisions. Yeah, you can entertain them, you can watch them, you can say, well, let me see how this goes for the next 2 or 3 weeks, but don't make any major commitments here until Mercury is direct, would be my advice. Because people change their minds. People change their minds. Oh, I did not get that. That was the last couple of cards. Hang on. I'm mixing my decks up. I don't want to do that. So, guys, let me check. Let me get my table cleared off. I'm going to do a reading for Liza. And let me catch up on the comments. Let me put all these back here. Get a sip of water. Okay. I know, Purple Phoenix. I've had it. I've heard it all before, and as have I. As have I. Yes. Amen. The truth. I have too. I hear you loud and clear. I kept saying, because my twin is a real smooth talker, and I, and that worked for a while, and then I finally wised up, and I finally just kept saying, look, show me with your actions. I literally said to him, I don't believe anything that's coming out of your mouth anymore. Show me with your actions. And then whatever. But you've been brooding. Oh, Liza. Yeah, I think I went through that stage. I wouldn't have put that word to it, but now that you say it, it is, I guess for me, it was a combination of brooding and limerence. I get stuck in that sometimes. I think that's my Scorpio nature. We tend to get stuck in limerence. We don't love lightly, and once we go there, it's hard to pull ourselves out. So it takes us a while. You may never know that, but I'm just saying. But we do. All right. Now, Let me put my decks back. Almost done here. You know, I got a little ritual I do here, shuffling everything 3 times. Okay, there we go. Ta-da. Now, I think I'm up to date with the comments. Let me know if I'm missing anything. And I'm going to go back and see, pull up your thing here, Liza. Just after all. Well, Liza, I'm ready. If you want to go in on you. Yes. Oh, especially Scorpio moon, because I'm sun and rising Scorpio. My moon is in Aries. And that's probably the only reason I'm still alive is that Aries, give me some fire every now and then. But, ooh, a Scorpio moon, that would be limerence and brooding for sure. All right. Well, Liza, let me know. What are you thinking? What would you like me to pull on? What to question? Oh, I can always tell the pollen's starting here. I've been good about remembering my allergy medicine, though, before I get on here. It's just, I try to get off of it during the winter. So when it's time to start, I have to build it back in as a daily habit, and I forget sometimes. Anyway. So, Liza, what are we doing? What are we reading on? What's the question of the day? What is the question of the day? Would you let me know, and I will decide on the deck. I'm waiting for the question, though, because, I can hear my team over there. This is going to be good. I know, Misha, I do not know how you do it. Quad Scorpio, have mercy. Well, now, Liza, I have questions before I even pull cards. So when you say, and do I fight him? Is that the same as do I resist him? Is that what you're asking? It's complicated. Yeah, I know it's complicated, Mish. Even double is complicated, much less quadruple. All right, Liza, so you want to know about your current person. Well, what's the question? Do we want to know, what do you want to know about your current person? Do you want to know how they're feeling about you? Or let's get specific, Liza. Hey, Jake, you're here and it's early. Lovely to see you. Let's see. Golly, because it's almost 4 o'clock here. So it's 2 o'clock your time, Jake? Hello, Chicago Rose. Welcome in. So, Liza, tell me now, what do you want to know about your person? Do you want to know how they feel about you? Is that what you're asking? Oh, that kind of bust. Okay, I didn't put that. I should have known. That just went right over my head. I should have known that's what you meant. Okay. So, what? Let me see. I don't think that's the right deck, is it? Nope. I think it's Light Seer or... No, hang on a minute. Let me get this one. Okay. Got almost all my decks out here today. Literally a gigantic. Oh my God. Oh, so Jake, almost time for work. Right. Yeah, gotta go do your thing. Well, I appreciate you saying, hey, if you gotta run, I get it. All right, let's see. I'm shifting energy. Hang on a second. Yeah. Whew. Hold on. What's happening? Does somebody in the chat, random, very random question, does somebody in the chat have a family member that's passed, a male, who used to like work on a farm and wear overalls? I see him lying like on the ground, tinkering underneath the tractor. Does that relate to anybody here in the chat? Please say yes or no in the chat. Oh, Liza, thank you for your, what am I trying to say? Mercury's retrograde. I can't say anything. It seems to be with ease. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you, Liza. Okay, hang on 1 minute because I'm getting an incoming here. Haley, does this sound like is this your grandfather? Can you let me know in the chat? Hello, Angel. Good to see you tonight. Oh my goodness, Chicago Rose, your sister was murdered? Ooh. Aw. Okay, Haley is saying yes, that's your grandfather. Did he used to take you to ride on the tractor when you were little, like you would sit in his lap on the tractor? Yes, okay. Well, apparently he's here to say hello to you tonight, Haley, or this afternoon, whatever it is. Well, I don't know, Jake. It could be, it can be two different people. That's the way they do this. It's called a piggyback. So maybe, let's see what else. So for those of you who don't know, I am also a medium. And when I'm opening myself up to do like tarot readings, sometimes this happens spontaneously where someone who's crossed over wants to come in and speak to somebody who they know is on the chat. Well, when that happens, I can't, this is like I'm holding a stick of glue right now. I can't shuffle these, nothing happens. That's how I know what something's about to happen. So I just listen. I'm just sharing my process. So I listen and I ask who's here and what they want, kind of to say so that the person will recognize them. So that's where I am right now. So now let's see what, I guess just Grandpa wants to say hello to Haley. Let me see. I've been wanting to hear from him for years. Oh, well, how about that? I guess today's the magic day. Today's the magic day. All right, let's see what else he might want to say for Haley here. So thank you, Liza, for being patient. You're such a sweetheart. Because I can't shuffle till we get past this. It's kind of the way they do. Okay, what else would you like to share with Haley? Haley, he's bringing up a dog, but I'm trying to see, is this new or old? I think this was, wait. Your grandfather had a dog. If I'm not mistaken, this is his dog. He had, when you knew him, when he had the farm, you obviously loved this dog. It was a medium size. I say medium size, would be a big dog to me, but like I'm not very good with dog breeds, but like a shepherd, not a shepherd, an Irish setter or a retriever of some kind, that size dog. Does that ring a bell with you? Yes, he did. Okay. Because the dog is with him. This dog is passed, correct? Because he's coming with the dog. So presumably that dog, right? Yes. I mean, the dog that you knew. All right, let's see. So they're here saying hi. Oh, and his wife, your grandmother, has also passed? Because he's also bringing through, yes. He's like standing next to her with his arm around her, kind of showing you that's their whole family. That's his wife and the dog, and they're kind of standing there together. Okay, what else? All right, they're showing me, you know, they give me just random things so that it kind of validates that this is really who this is coming through for you, and I'm not just making crap up. But um, so that's why, in case anybody else is watching, that's why this is happening the way it does. Now, Haley, they're they're showing me that your grandmother used to make sandwiches like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, which you love. Well, you would sneak and get, sorry, I got something in my an eyelash. You would eat the sandwich, but then you'd sneak and get something, and I can't see what this is. It's like something that was more healthy. I don't know if you would snack on something random like cucumbers or something. And they always thought that was funny because most kids wouldn't go near that anything healthy, but you would. Was this you or a sibling maybe? Can you relate to that? Do you remember that? Is it making any sense? Yep, correct. It was you. Okay. Okay, good. So when you, sorry, my nose is itching. When you would go and stay with them, they're showing me you slept on the couch. Like they would just throw a blanket and you would sleep on your couch. I don't know if that meant they didn't have an extra bed, or that's just where you like to sleep, or maybe that's where you napped. But that's what they're showing me. There was a couch in the living room and they just threw like a quilt. Looks like a quilt, a handmade quilt or something like that. They would, or a handmade throw they would throw over you. Is that right? Um, yep, you would sometimes. All right. Now what else? Well, I love that this is coming through for you, especially that you've waited so long. Okay, let me see what else. All right, now they're moving on to, I believe this is your brother. Haley, you have a brother? Or someone who would be, yes, yes. Okay, they're acknowledging he's had a little bit harder time of life than you did or do. He's had some struggles with what? Does, and I'm not sure now, I'm no medical professional, I'm not really technically a medical medium, but they give me things sometimes. Um, does he have a diagnosed condition that would, see, I'm not sure that this has been diagnosed, and so that's why I'm asking. I can just kind of see the symptoms. I'm not wanting to name anything necessarily, but it could be something like depression or real severe mood swings, or it could be something like bipolar. But he's just had a struggle balancing himself emotionally. Is this true or not? Liza, what are you saying there's no way about? What are you saying? He did? Okay. He felt, oh, okay, Liza. He realized he did not fit in. This is your brother speaking. he didn't fit in, and he knew that, and he knew that he was making choices that were affecting his family in ways that he was not proud of. And I feel like he might have gone down the road of overindulging in, and I feel like this is drugs more than alcohol. Is this accurate or not, Haley? Is this a yes or no? Or maybe he just experimented, but I think it might have been more than the family knew. So I'm just waiting for Haley to respond. Be sure I'm still on the right track here. Okay, maybe he used to drink a lot. Yeah. Hey, Melinda. Good evening. Well, I think the theme of this is that he used to hide some of that from you guys. He used to hide that because he just, and I'm not sure why they're bringing this through other than to acknowledge that it's been a struggle. Now, can we move on to something more? Can we get back to Haley, please? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was good at that. Now, okay, hold on. What? Okay, they're bringing up Haley. I believe this would be your aunt, your mother's sister, that's still living. I believe. Can you verify that for me? Does your mother have a sister, and is she still living? Sorry, guys, there's a little bit of a delay in the chat. Yes, all right, because now we're moving on. I guess they just want to talk about your whole family today. All right, so let's see. Has she recently, or is she currently struggling like in a divorce situation or some kind of estrangement with a partner? I feel like she may be struggling financially too because of this. Okay, she lost her husband not long ago. So he's passed then. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just feel her struggling. Like it's yeah, pass. I didn't see that he'd passed, but that's okay. They're not wanting me to focus on him anyway. They want me to focus on her. Okay, so why is this important for Haley? Oh, she is in a wheelchair. Well, she is struggling then, bless her heart. Because she really misses him. She really, really misses him. They're showing me myself and my brother. Now, my brother, we're very, very close. He's not here anymore. He's passed, but and I say present tense because I know he's still here. But we used to joke, and he would say this of himself. So this is not me coming up with this. He would joke and say, "Yeah, I'm just a cantankerous old coot," and he meant it like funny, but not funny, because he knew there was truth in it. And that's kind of the energy I'm getting about her when she thinks about him. But she loved him, and just like I love my brother to the moon and back, but he was kind of one of those cantankerous old coots is what it's kind of how but they're making me feel. Y'all hear my squeaky stool? Yep, spot on. Okay. Now, well, okay, we can't do everybody on the block today, so let's get, what is there a point here that, oh, okay. So, Haley, I don't know how close you are to your aunt, but they are telling me, and again, I'm not a medical professional, so remember that, please. This is for entertainment purposes only. And if you haven't been entertained today, you need to click off because I think this is wildly entertaining, talking to dead people. Oh, there is something about her medications that's, in other words, it's like, how do I explain this? There's an interaction with two of her, well, she's on multiple medications, but there's an interaction that's happening with something she's taking that's causing her to feel worse than she necessarily would. You know how, and this happens a lot with older people because the way our health system is set up, you go to this specialist for that, you go to this specialist for that, you go to this specialist for that, and that you get a different medication from each one of those. But even though you show them, like I have a piece of paper that I take to every doctor because who wants to remember all that, right? And they see it and they see that you're taking all this stuff. There's really not one doctor or person or point of contact like they used to be in the old days who's really overseeing all of that. And and I know this has happened to uh, my daughter-in-law's mother at one point, and nobody was really managing that. And finally, she got something happened so bad, and so they had to take her to the emergency room. And only at that point did they realize, and they basically just took her off everything to see what, and then they started doing a little bit more of a deep dive. So there's something like that. I don't think it's that severe, so don't panic. But there is an interaction that's happening, I feel like, with her medications that needs to be looked at. So I don't know if you have any ability to comment on that with your family. I don't know kind of where you stand in all of that. Haley's saying apparently she has been feeling really bad lately. Well, I'd ask the question, did they change her medication recently or add a medication recently? Because I don't think it's playing nice with something else that's going on there. And again, I'm not a medical professional, but that's what it feels like to me. So that's important. All right. Now I get it's funny, I've got mixed messages here. At first I thought maybe she and your mother were real close. And then I get this message, your mother's just kind of, I just don't want anything to do with her. Like she's throwing her hands up. But I think that's just a momentary, you know how we do with people we really love. We get frustrated, but we don't really ever walk away. And is there something recently that's happened with her, the sister, presumably that's your mom I'm talking about here. I feel that there's something like that. Thank you, Big Gamer. Good to see you, albeit virtually. I am having a good day. Thank you for stopping in and saying hey. All right, Haley's saying, yeah, they do get frustrated with each other a lot. Okay. It's kind of the love-hate, but never really hate, just sort of, it's what siblings do. It's kind of how you act with your siblings. Now, they're kind of bringing me back around now to your mom, and they're saying your mom is not taking very good care of herself. Sorry. And it's more, I think, basic things. I think she needs to be at the gym. And I don't know your mother. I never met her, never met you. I wouldn't know you if I bumped into either of you so please forgive me. I'm not meaning to sound judgmental. I'm just bringing in the mail here. But they are saying she needs to lose some weight. She needs to get to the gym. She really needs to drink more water. They're really emphasizing that. And those are just common good health things that you do. But she's really starting to lose energy. And they're saying it's really something she can do something about if she doesn't let it keep going on. It's something she can fix without having to go out. You know, it's like if you do it now, if you catch it now and you start turning it around. But anyway, does that make sense? Exactly. So that's a heads up, you know, see if you can find a way to encourage her in a nicer way than I said it, but in a nice way to, yes, okay, to get her to start doing this. Maybe I don't know if you live anywhere near her or not, but maybe you could offer to do a class together or something at the gym, just to get her started. You know, it's kind of it's hard if you've never done that kind of thing to build it in as a habit. But having a buddy helps. Even taking walks together. But anyway, I'm seeing they're showing me her in a gym. Like she needs to step it up, even if she's like walking. She needs the next level up. Now, essentially, it's saying if she will do this, she will get in. She will end up really, really loving it and stick with it. It's just kind of getting over that and doing something new hump. Okay. Did somebody recently get a new pet? I think it's a cat. Is this you? You think it would be good for her? It absolutely would, yes. Thank you for whoever's hitting those hearts. You think one of your kids did? Okay. Well, be careful because I think this cat is getting ready to have kittens, or will be if you don't take care of. If you don't, it's an unknown. If it's an unknown, just saying, might want to have that taken care of. Okay. Is there anything else that's important for Haley? How about for Haley? Something for Haley. We talked about everybody in the family but Haley. That wouldn't surprise you. Oh, not necessarily a surprise you want, I mean, depending on, anyway. Do we have anything to help Haley out, maybe? Haley, do I get the feeling that you're not very close or weren't very close, or I don't know. I just get this kind of estranged relationship between you and your dad. I get the feeling that you felt ignored by your dad when you were little. You do get along? Okay. See, I can't be 100%. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. There's an element, though. I'm seeing you as a little girl, and I don't know what this, maybe you don't even remember this. Or maybe there were lots of siblings, but I'm seeing you as a little girl, and you just felt ignored. Like nobody sees me. And they're not giving you a specific incident. I think I'll respectfully leave that. We're kind of getting into a little deeper that Yes, you got ignored. That was correct. I mean, we've all been there. It's not like that's earth shattering or some psychic medium TV show quality information, but I don't know why they give me this things that they do, but I think they're bringing it up because I do know why they're bringing it up. For me, my work, what I do, what one of my gifts is I see patterns in people. Um, and they they almost always now, not originally, but now I can look at that child, that image of that child, and say, okay, they felt ignored and abandoned. Well, then I can almost predict for you what your life is like now based on that, because it's a subconscious pattern that we think that's what love looked like, and so we create it in the here and now. So they're bringing this up because they're seeing that you're feeling lonely and why you're feeling lonely, and then to extrapolate it's because that pattern is living out in your subconscious and you're not even aware of it. So what that does, you go back to this little child who felt ignored and abandoned. What you do and how you internalize that as a child is, well, clearly I am not lovable. I am not worthy of being loved. And then you end up playing that out as you mature and you get into other kind of relationships, and it can look a million different ways. People abandon you either because they work all the time, or they take a job in another country, or they're emotionally not present in the relationship, or they physically just pack their bags one day and they're gone. So all those ways, many ways, it can manifest. But they're wanting you to be aware of this so that you can heal it. Haley is saying, yep, I'm absolutely spot on. Oh goodness. Well, I'm sorry that I'm right about that, because that means I can feel your loneliness. Hey, Giselle, lovely to see you. Thanks for popping on here. I'm so tickled y'all are here because it's earlier than my normal thing. It's something you need to work on, yes, because you have to heal this within yourself. Life is just a mirror. All these relationships that potentially manifest in those ways are just there to show you where you need to be healed, where you need to work on, where your wounds are, and where you're healed and where you're not. And so Spirit's wanting you to know, hey, Haley, this is what you need to work on. And then when you do that and you do this inner work, it's called shadow work, and you fill your own cup up. You start using affirmations and all the tools. Yes, I am lovable. Of course, I'm lovable. I'm loved and respected and cherished. And you start doing affirmations and you start changing how you feel about yourself. Then the mirror changes and people start showing up in a different way in your life to acknowledge that, to reflect that back to you. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, go and do, I think you probably do. Sorry. Mm. Do a YouTube search for Abraham Hicks and start going down the rabbit hole with her videos. It's wonderful. I love her. She's my favorite. But it's causing me problems in my relationship. Of course it is. Yes. But understand, it's never, ever, ever about the other person. It's only that person is acting as a mirror to show you what you need to heal within yourself. Forget what that person's doing. Turn the hour, whatever that thing is, turn the camera in on yourself. Start working on your feelings, beliefs about yourself first. Of course I'm lovable. Of course I'm chosen. Of course I'm worthy. Of course, whatever the things are for you. Maybe I kind of feel maybe you'd be good at journaling. Maybe you'd like that kind of a process. Write it out. But you can also do that. Do a search on YouTube for Abraham Hicks. What was it called? Just put Abraham Hicks journaling. There is a process, and I can't think what she calls it. Process of something, but darn if I can remember it. Anyway, that might be helpful for you. That might be something that will help. Now let me see if there's anything else. Let me get back on track here. My guides we have this fun thing about that every reading there's something about shoes. Oh my God. Okay, spirits, they're saying you've been thinking about getting some new shoes. You haven't done it. You don't want to spend the money. You don't think you should. And they're saying, go do it. Go buy those new shoes. So funny. Shoes of all the things. Shoes. In fact, I think you were looking at some online, looking at pictures of them, something like that. Laugh out loud. Yep, yep, yep. I swear, I can't not laugh about that. I mean, for a while, it was every reading. This person bought red shoes. This one just borrowed shoes from her mother. This one, I mean, it's so funny. So, okay, go buy the shoes. I hate spending money on shoes. I'm laughing at them. They just keep me in stitches. Well, apparently you need to get over that and go buy these shoes. Oh, thank you, Giselle. Thank you for saying you saying I like her lessons on attachment. Thank you. Yeah, I like that too. She has such good information. I mean, she just talks about every subject in the world, I think. We're talking about Abraham Hicks here. In any subject, like if it's romance or like she was in detachment or job or money, whatever, just type in a search for that subject and there's probably thousands of videos that you can watch. Okay, now I'm sorry, Desi, I'm sorry, did I call you something? I called you Giselle. What did I call you? I'm so sorry. Yes, you have been gone a while. And more importantly, I'm old and my memory isn't what it used to be. So I'm so sorry, love. Yes, Haley, please do. She's incredibly interesting and entertaining, and she's been doing what she does. I don't know, over 30 years, I think, something like that. She's written lots of books, and she's world renowned. So I think you will enjoy her. Now, let me ask my team: are we done? Can I go back to the reading for Eliza? Okay, one more. Haley, you have an uncle that's passed. He had dark hair. Yes. He was kind of a hard person to get to know, wasn't he? Were you actually kind of a little scared of him? A little afraid of him? Desi, thank you. I'm going to do better too about names, I swear. I'm going to try. Hey, Michelle. Haley, you're saying yes, laugh out loud. Yeah, it was like he wasn't a mean bone in his body, but he had that nature about him, sort of that vibe where he was kind of cold and stern, and kids didn't think he was, anyway, kind of scary for kids. But honestly, he was a pussy cat. So he's here just to say hi. Okay. Boy, you got a lot of family over there. Okay, this is a really out there question. Did somebody in your family, crossed or living, do that? What do they call it? Sculling? Is it called? I don't know I don't know the name of the sport, but it's like canoeing. But I swear, I think it's called something like that. Can somebody help me out here? Dragon boat? I mean, it could be, but I don't think it's like, they're small, they're not big. It's not, like competition rowing. They have several, I don't know how many, 8 or 10 guys. This is more smaller boat. Dragon boat is what, I don't know what that could be, but I don't know, Haley. She might not even know, but anyway, they're just, listen, we can't spend all day here. let me move on. Is there anything of particular real importance here for Haley before they leave? Haley, have you Haley saying highly possible as we had a lot to do with the water. Okay. Curling, no, that's curling isn't that the ice thing though? I think that's the one on ice where they scoop that little disc in the ice. I'm not sure what the heck it is. Anyway, we're gonna move on, but thank you for trying there, Elizabeth. What was I about to say? Oh yeah. Haley, there's something here for you about a book. Have you recently had a conversation, or are you thinking about, or have you thought about writing a book? Because they're talking about that. Like you really need to get on that book. Oh, there we go. Sculling. Okay. I thought that was it. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Sculling. It's speedboat racing. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. Mystery solved. Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh my God. Haley's saying I write stories. Okay. All right. Thank you, Desi. Well, Haley, it's time to do something with those stories. Clearly, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's time to get on with. I mean, that's what they said. Time to get on with that book. In other words, they're encouraging. And I'm seeing you do that. I'm seeing you do it. So put it all together. Even if they're short stories, put it together in a book. Lord knows we could use some lighter, easier reads today. Anything, we're so used to scrolling. I love to have a physical book in my hand. I don't do it as much as I used to, but or sell them online or something. I mean, I see you working it. I see these chapters like they would be not like a novel, like one long. It's short stories like you're talking about. Anyway, whatever. I think the word, well, I mean, it could be kayaking, but it didn't feel like kayaking. It felt like more like she said curling might have been, I think that might have been it. I would love to help you. All right. Oh, look at this. Edit and guys, can you make this stuff up? The universe is beautiful and kind, and I love synchronicity. Now, Haley and Elizabeth here are having a conversation. Elizabeth is offering to help her with compilations and edit and annotate Haley's book. So cannot get better. Thank you, God, for the blessings of this live, all the many. Oh yeah, curling, not okay. I'm so confused. Well, hang on a minute. Curling. No, what did you call it though? I'm confused. Or maybe it was just a small canoe, just not a big one. Doesn't matter. So, okay, so you guys write down each other's handles and however you need to connect with each other and or want to connect. So put I'm giving you permission, put whatever info you if you're comfortable here in the chat to share with each other. If you've got websites or whatever. I love that. Elizabeth, my God, thank you so much for jumping in there. Wow. Okay, I think, all right, they're pulling their energy back now. The last word, though, is forgive my unladylike language. Your grandfather's saying, write the damn book. My bad. Sorry. He's bad. My bad. Okay. All right. Now, can I shuffle? Almost. It's getting better. I feel like I need to do some jumping jacks. Move my energy a little bit. Okay. I think we're unblocked here. Liza, shall we try again? Liza, are you still here, sweetheart? Thank you so much for being patient. You know, I can never predict when that happens. I had said I wanted to start doing that, and my life just got, out of whack, but to do closed groups for just mediumship readings, just, you're existing, but you were sleepy. Okay. Now let's go back to your current bust and their feelings for you. I'm just double checking that's the deck. Okay. What are the current feelings of Liza's bust? In case y'all don't know, Liza's an artist, and that's literally a bust that Liza's creating about this person. So just so it makes sense to everybody. We're not trying to... I love that, Jake. Yeah, thank you. I feel like I need to jog around the room or something. Yeah. Well, I just appreciate you being here. You know, your energy, even though because I know you're working and that's hard, Jake, I always love that you contribute your energy. That matters. You know how much I know. I do so much with energy. It does matter. So thank you. All right. Now, what's that about? What's that about? All right, there's been some kind of disappointment, and it's kind of cold right now between you. Give me a yay or a yes or a no. Is that true, Liza? Oh, Haley, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I wish, well, period. End of sentence. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could do that. I wish more people realized that I do free stuff. People kind of get irate. You charging for a reading? Yes, but I also do free stuff. Some people get, oh, well, never mind. It's awful. Okay, so those cards are accurate then. All right. Well, he's feeling very disappointed. I can tell you that. Oh, sorry. He, she, I don't know. Whoever this person is. Your boss. He. I think you said it was he. What else? What else? Tell me. Please and thank you. Thank y'all again. Eliza's particularly you. Thank you for being patient as I worked through that, because I know you've been here before and that's happened. I think it specifically happened in your readings too, where I had to stop and make you wait, and you were such a sweetheart for being patient, so thank you. I always like to tell y'all, Spirit's in charge. I do have an agreement with them, but that doesn't mean I'm in charge. you know, when you say to Spirit, I will do this work for you, then you don't say, oh, and by the way, I want it only on Tuesday afternoons after 2 o'clock. Every other Tuesday. Liza. He thinks you're just a player. I mean, I'm laughing, but it's in and out, not dependable, not, you know, just here for a good time, not a long time. And I am drawn, because I'm not trying to make this just about intimacy, but I've rarely been drawn to this one so strongly as I am on this particular card at this particular point. And for those of you who don't know, a good tarot reader doesn't just read the archetypal meanings of the cards. They also are influenced by the artwork. And I'm feeling that is the Ace of Wands right there on the deck, which is a strong card of passion. Now, let me see what you're saying. Even ghosts run over and silence me. It's a sad life I live. It's the Knight of Wands. This bust is him. Okay, yeah, I could feel that. What I'm not sure what he's saying is this. Got a hangman in reverse. So I'm not sure yet what the story of that. There's something more than the straightforward meaning of that card. I'm gonna have to get into that a little bit more. I mean, that's typically somebody who is refusing to surrender to a new perspective, refusing to think about things in a way that, don't shoot the messenger. I'm not saying that's you, that could be them, but we did ask how he feels about you. Oh. Ooh. Liza, that is all. That's novella TV right there is what that is. You're not the settling down type. End of story. Boom. That's what that's. These are his perceptions. I'm not saying that he's ready to either, for that matter. Let's get more. That's just one potential snapshot. Let's get more. Tell me the rest. Tell me more about this. I'm going to get more on that hangman too. What is the rest of the story about how the bust feels about Liza? Yeah. Okay. I believe this person is saying, well, now, again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you the energies that are here. But the question was, how does this person feel about you? They feel you're this. We talked about that card. They feel that maybe you're unwilling to get a new perspective, or maybe a little, I have to say, stuck, because that's also the meaning of this card. Like, nothing's moving forward. We're not going anywhere. Everything's at a standstill. Not talking. I'm focusing over here. I've decided I'm focusing on my work. I'm not thinking about this relationship. I'm focusing on my work over here. Not necessarily happy about it, but what I'm suspecting there's some things hidden here, and I'm suspecting what's hidden is there's more people in this relationship, third party, or some kind of overindulgence, where there was, yeah, some very intentional things that went down that were not nice. Five of Swords, ego and pride. Somebody here is saying, well, another one bites the dust, another, and meaning, um, it's another dream, another hope that has failed. They're acknowledging that there's just not balance here. This is the breakup card here. They may be saying, well, I guess this is not my soulmate. Because somebody here dropped the ball, and somebody here was not particularly emotionally available, or they were needy or codependent. And I put that down like a hot potato, or I want to, or I'm thinking about, but I think they did. I think this person is saying, I'm not going to be anybody's option. I'm just saying, I've learned my lesson about getting my heart broke over this kind of stuff. Wow. Okay. Liza, how we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Thank you, Dazzy. Oh, man, that was tough. That was tough. Yeah, I could see that you did. I don't really know how all that system works. I used to know, but no, it it helps the channel, but in a, like, you have to buy the jewels, you have to buy a certain pack, and then you can give them to different. It's a way of you acknowledging creators that you like. I mean, it's not like giving money directly, but I think once you get so many, then I don't know how it works. Forgive me. I should know better. I should really look into that. Eliza saying, bless how I'm doing. Well, I think we know, but I'm going to ask, let me put these away. Like, is there, what might be the potential if there's a future for this? Is there? Is there a future here? If so, show me what the potential could be for this relationship. Lordy. Man, that's a lot sideways. Okay. Hang on. I got to interpret this. Liza, do you owe this person an apology? Gary's here. Hey, how are you tonight, buddy? Good to see you. I know, right? I feel like all of us are going through this crap and Mercury retrograde. Yeah, it's a thing. I know. Okay, I've apologized as much as I can because they're telling me here, yeah, that apology is a part of this, but no, it's not balanced. I know. I know you don't want it to be over. You're trying to come back and apologize. You're trying to offer your heart. You're trying to tell this. Yeah, it's just like, I see where that is, but what is this? Okay, I ask about potential future. Whew, this is a lot. Let me read this two ways because all of these cards came out sideways. Oh, and I realize you can't see them, which is a different meaning. So I'm going to turn them upright and then I'm going to turn them reverse. or how they came out and flipped them. Okay, so one story here. So when they are sideways, it just means it's yet to be determined. It could go either way. It could go this way or it could go that way. So this is a 50-50. It could say that you or them or both of you get stuck in overthinking this situation. You know, it just lives in your head about what you want, your happiness, the future, but it ends up just being inner turmoil for you, and you can't make a decision, either you or this person. And so in the end, you end up just not doing anything about it, basically, not standing your ground, not fighting for the connection. Now, let's see how it reads if we do it the other way. Yet to be decided. All right. You finally get, you or them, you finally get clarity that very possibly this is not your happily ever after. That that may cause a bit of a tower for you or for them, or this is the typically in the upright, it's saying usually if it's already happened, it would have shown in the up in the reverse. I'm sorry. I hope I'm making sense. But I think because the cards came out sideways, this is saying it would. I think this oddly is a good tower. In other words, I know that's not making sense. I'm aware that that's not making sense. So I'm trying to make it make sense. Hang on. That's right, Desi. That's exactly what Abraham Hicks preaches, letting go of it. Put your intention out there, what you want, and let go of it. But then you go get happy about something, not focusing on this thing, but about something else. It's the happy energy that changes your frequency that can allow all kinds of good things to come in. And maybe one of those is the person you're looking at. But when you're focusing on that one specific thing, it's almost like you're blocking that energy. Okay. I'm going to just clarify that because I'm just conflicted. What is this tower, please, spirits? For Liza, what is this telling me? If it goes this way, somebody gets clarity, makes a choice, stands up and fights for the connection, or fights for their high ground, fights for their beliefs, defends their position. But what is the tower? Is this you getting frustrated at this? No, I'm just frustrated at me when it, because I like it when it's clear and when there's any fuzziness around the card or the what I'm feeling. You know, I don't want to just stay stuff. I want it to be right stuff for you. Thank you to everybody that's here currently and dropping in or passing through. Thank you, everybody. Please hit that like button if you would be so kind. All right, we'll go this way. What is this tower, please, Spirit? I mean, we know the tower, kind of, sort of, but future. Future. Well, now, let me see. And there it is. This is funny. I wish you could see these cards. There's so many of these cards. Just, these little ones, it's what's down here too. me see. Oh, Desi, thank you. I love that. Thank you so much for being such a good moderator, you guys. Everybody. Desi, thank you, because it's such a treat to have you here. And I'm sorry I messed your name up earlier. Yeah, I was right. This would be, remember, we're looking at 2 potential outcomes, and it's undecided yet. Because I was right. Somebody here gets clarity about what they don't want, what makes them unhappy. Therefore, you know what makes you happy. That potentially causes a tower moment. What might that tower moment be? Somebody who's bossing up and coming in stable, making a stable offer, acting like this King of Pentacles, not a Knight of Wands. Somebody acting like a king, not a knight. Making a decision, looking forward, not looking behind, taking the high ground, standing the high ground, defending the high ground, saying, I'm willing to fight for this. I know. Well, I told you this was an if. It's one way or the other. The cards came out sideways. That means this is yet to be determined. It could go either way. So I'm giving you 2 different potential endings here. Now, what I want to ask, what does it take to have the positive outcome, or this outcome, which I think you'd rather have? Michelle is asking, is a future prediction never set in stone? No, energies can always change because we have free will. I talk about that a lot here because I'm a big proponent that we are powerful creators and you can change the outcome of any situation. None of my tarot readings predict the future. They only predict potentials that currently exist as a potential in the future. Energies can absolutely change. Energies change billions of times a second. That's what you don't realize here. We're living in this matrix where they are constantly changing. And we can create the outcomes we want based on the frequencies that we are emitting, the ones that we're putting out, how we're thinking, what we're projecting out into the field, what we believe about the world. All those are frequencies, and you're a magnet for what you're thinking and feeling. What does Liza need to do in order to have this positive outcome? That's what we want to know. But honestly, Liza, based on just what we've been talking about, it's getting out of this energy. Just exactly what is it, Desi, I think, that's talked about that. Abraham Hicks. You put the request out into the universe and you forget about it. Because the other alternative is you're stuck in this. This is analysis paralysis. So I think this is talking about your needing to change your thinking, for one thing. There you go. That's right. I know that's not funny. Forgive me for laughing. But for those who might see this later, I'm going to read. Liza's saying, but I have to be stuck in it. I'm making his head. Liza is an artist. She's making a bust of his head physically, literally. So that makes sense to people who were watching this later. Well, actually, Liza, that's not true. I'm going to call you on it. So let's say you put a sheet over it and walk away and start something new tomorrow. Yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. Nobody's forcing you to do that. Maybe you feel some kind of penance. Maybe you feel some kind of be motivated by guilt. Maybe you feel motivated that, well, if I finish it and I do this beautiful thing, he'll love me for it. And that is a pattern that might want to, I feel that strongly. I mean, that's, we artists, speaking because I'm an artist too, in case you guys didn't know that. So sorry. Yep, time for my medicine. We express ourselves through our art. Yes, absolutely. That's part of our process. But it's also energy that keeps us tied to the thing. I've been defiling it. I've been carving myself on it. Oh my God, you're so funny. I mean, I know that's not fun. That's that brooding process, but you're doing it physically too. You're acting it out. Yes, I'm nervous and laughing. Well, I kind of feel like that's what this is. It's like when you're an artist, because I remember having this process myself, this epiphany. My very first public art show, I thought I was going to throw up and never stop. I mean, it was like, and I couldn't figure out why I was feeling that way. I was proud of this work. It was good. I knew people liked it. People had already seen a lot of it and had, privately. And I wasn't, it wasn't that so finally I did some shadow work and I got down to the bottom of it. And it was because one of my issues as a child was it was not safe to be seen and heard. That's when bad things happened. Only time you were safe is when you were hidden and nobody could see you and you kept quiet. And so when you as an artist create something like that, you're putting yourself on this canvas for the world to see. That's effectively what we do as artists. That's part of me right there that I painted, as an expression, as an extension of me. It's part of our process, kind of how we heal, it's a process for us. So I'm getting it. That's part of your process as well. Liza's saying, I'm rewriting the story, but making him have limerence. I see. Well, I understand. Oh, Desi, thank you. I understand what you're saying, and I'm kind of grinning with you. But you can't really make anybody have anything. You can't. And that's the wrong way to manifest. I got to call you. And I'm only calling you on that because there are other people watching. And I don't want anybody to get a mistaken impression about it. No. You cannot make somebody, that's just a wrong way to do it. And it's not effective. So you have to think in positive words only. Not, you can say, I love how much my person misses me. I love knowing. And like, imagine, because I always talk about living in the end, creating the story like you want it to be, living in the end. So what I think you mean is what you're imagining, what you're maybe affirming is how much this person is missing you, right? And saying things like, imagining getting that text of, I've really been thinking about us, and et cetera, and therefore he's thinking about you too. I think that's where you're coming from on that, but I just I needed to make that point with some people. Somebody out there's listening to this and, well, I'm going to do this and this to so-and-so, and no. Give me some advice, please. Give me some advice. I think we have, I knew it. Swords, swords, and swords. This is thoughts and thinking. This is what you're doing. Spirit's saying, as advice, this is saying, stop it. Stop it, Liza. This is sleepless nights. Pacing the kitchen at 2 a.m. with a bottle of whiskey, energy, anxiety, stress. Yes. Thank you, Desi. Y'all are so good to me. Thank you. What else? Okay, so we know you got to stop doing that. Think about it this way, Liza. Where you're focused is where the energy's going. So when you're looking like this, that's where you're going. You're just projecting that out in front of you. Are those the tracks that you want to be on? You want to stay there? Then keep doing that. I don't know if I think that's the clearest I've ever seen that. Hurt said that maybe. So you've got to get yourself out of that. And the best way I know to do that is to get on a neutral subject. Stop. If you tell yourself, I will not think about that elephant, you're not going to think about anything but that elephant. So that's not going to work. But instead, change your focus. Think of something, do something fun other than working on the bus. Find something completely neutral to focus your energy on for a little bit, okay? Well, I know that's kind of the artist's whole thing. Eliza is saying, yes, I make better art when I'm sad. I know we do. We do. I get it. Well, a lot of us do, not everybody, but I've shuffled 3 times and this card keeps coming up. You have, I'm gonna say this out loud. One of your patterns, Liza, is that you make bad choices. Now, tell me I'm wrong. And you make bad choices in love. And so, and I don't know where that could, obviously everything comes from your childhood. What am I saying? Everything comes from your childhood. But that is one of your subconscious beliefs. And that's, I think, has shown up over and over again in your readings and in your relationships. You ain't wrong. I didn't think so. Because I'm seeing it kind of here. I stress about it. I give myself, and then every time it ends up being a bad decision, I end up getting hurt. My cup gets spilled, and then I just curl up in the ball in the corner and, wait for the next thing to ride off into. But meanwhile, I'm suffering. I'm hurting over here, and I just don't want to talk to anybody. I want to brood like a typical artist would, So I'm not making, I'm not making fun of you. I love you to pieces. I just feel like that what Spirit is wanting you to know is the core issue, not the surface. We know what happens on the surface. We know all that. This is deeper than that. That's because you can't solve a surface issue. You can't solve a core issue with a surface solution. And this is saying the deep dive for you is the shadow work and being aware and taking responsibility about this, because you're just going to get more of this, sweetheart. If you keep doing this, you're going to get more of that. Spirit saying, look forward. Now look at the body language here. Look. Here you are, stressing out, thinking about nothing but where am I going to give my cup? I want to give my cup. I want to share my feelings. I want to be loved, right? And this is where Spirit's saying you need to be focusing your energy. This night is not looking back. This night is looking forward, not back, forward. This is where Spirit wants you to be. I am sovereign. I have my own cup. I love myself. I know furthermore that I am lovable. And I'm pointing my horse, my cup, my energy, and my thoughts forward. Aw, thank you, Jake, for the flower. And I mean, this is a lesson for everybody listening, everybody who sees this. It's not just you, Liza. This is for absolutely everybody, including me, all of us. And Mercury retrograde is going to make us do this. It's all about thinking about those things, rehashing, rethinking, re-energizing those situations and thoughts, and so we can finish them or resurrect them. It's the R words. So we tend to really ruminate and again have that limerence for things much more in a Mercury retrograde, which is where we are. Okay, anything else to tell Liza here? Oh, Liza, I mean, I just see this could be so beautiful. And it's so funny too. It's less common that I get a positive tower in tarot. Say that fast 3 times. Thank you very much. In a Mercury retrograde, but I did it. But this to me felt positive when it fell. And then when I clarified with this king, so this universe saying, honey, this king is waiting, dangling. We got him dangling on a string for you. You just have to not do this. Now there's Giselle that I called Desi. I called you Giselle, and here's Giselle. Everybody's here. I love it. And Derek is here too. Hey Derek, good evening. I know, no long time no see. Anything else you want to tell Desi? I know, Desi, shoot. Oh, and I got Liza, names in my head. I know you're tired of me lecturing you, Liza. You know I love you, right? I think that's the message. I'm asking a question, though, secretly for you right now. Yeah, I think this is somebody new. I don't think this is the person you're asking me about. I think this is going to be somebody new that you manifest in here if you get off this bandwagon. Mm-hmm. And there's that tower. Man, this tower is following you like haint. Speaking of haunting, it's haunting you. Okay. Oh yeah, guys, my email should be in the description box if y'all would check it. But it's Scorpio11reads@gmail.com, in case you didn't know. Ah, thank you, Nick, for the floating heart. Okay, anything else? Last words here for Liza. God almighty. 2,700 times this tower has come out in your readings tonight. My heavens. And it's in the upright. Again. Interesting. I wish you could see this table. Well, can you see this table? The tower, King of Pentacles, which clarified that, and the tower fell right beneath it. Do you know what the odds of that are? Astronomical. Like go buy a lottery ticket. Ooh, yeah, I felt that even before I looked over and saw that. Liza, I have a question for you. Did you have a significant parental type figure in your childhood that uh, in some way cheated, either, or if not actual marital cheating, um, might have seemed like very divided loyalties? There's two messages here for you, Liza. One is, and I'm going to wait for you to answer that question. You keep, it's basically when the repeating cards come up, it's the universe saying, I said what I said. I've already given you the message. Why are you asking me again? And the message repeating itself is, I make bad choices in love, and that causes tower moments for me. And then I feel bad and I regret it, because part of this is you act, I love you to pieces. I am not saying this from a place of judgment. I do not judge anybody, never ever. But Spirit through the cards is saying the lesson here is, yes, about not being in your head and all the things that we talk about when it comes to manifestation. However, it also talks about, this is when you act a certain way and then you regret it. This is ego and pride. This person is willing to do anything he has to do in order to win this battle. And when it's in reverse, it's saying, but then they're sorry they did it, because did they get caught, or did they just realize they did a bad thing? I don't know. We don't know. But it's like you've got this cycle going on, this pattern going on, and I'm feeling it really strongly. Can't make it up. And that leaves you, just like I talked about a while ago, it's a cycle of you're jumping in with that Knight of Wands energy, and then I don't know what you're doing or whatever, but your subconscious pattern is then directing your behavior. So something happens every time. It's probably your way of pushing people away without intentionally trying to do it, and you end up sabotaging the relationship, because that's another meaning of this card. Self-sabotage. So the question, really, the core question, now we've talked about the surface energy. Why are you pushing people away? Why? What is this back to that? Well, of course you're not going to love me because I'm not lovable. Of course you're going to abandon me because I'm, I do bad things, or I'm not saying you do. I'm saying there's some kind of a thought pattern that's underneath this, and you need to figure out what that is. That's shadow work, because you always tend to end up in this remorse and regret and feeling bad about it. Yeah. And feeling overwhelmed, and you're ending up feeling like this King of Wands in reverse. So Spirit is yeah. And then what you can't see, then you end up being left out in the cold and abandoned. Feeling like, yeah. So it's just repeating, really repeating. Hey, Nancy, good evening. And thank you, Derek, for the heart. So it's just repeating the message again, Liza. It's all about doing the shadow work, getting getting your thoughts over to something positive. I'm not going to say stop thinking. That's ridiculous. You can't. It's not possible. But recognizing the pattern, I always have told my students and my clients, is half of fixing it. So if you recognize you have this pattern and you're subconsciously pushing people away, subconsciously sabotaging these relationships because you have some core belief that I'm not lovable, then it's just going to keep repeating. And so that's the thing to work on, is loving yourself, knowing that you are safe. Like this guy, very precarious. Have you ever ridden a horse? If you had water representing emotions in this cup, which would be in that cup, and you're on a horse, good luck not spilling that everywhere. So this is slow going. I'm going to go very slow, but I'm going forward, and I'm going to hold my cup, and I'm going to become sovereign in the belief that this is my cup. I'm filling my cup first. I deserve to be loved because I am a person worthy of love. I don't care. Well, that's getting on another subject here. So you're going to continue to repeat this cycle if you don't take a time out and focus on moving slowly, but filling your own cup up first, so you don't get stuck here in remorse and regret and looking back and thinking, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Well, it felt like that was a lecture, Liza, and I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to sound that way. But the good news is that Spirit is saying to wrap this up, because you had the alternative. Remember how the cards, just a refresher, they came out sideways. That means it's yet to be determined which way it's going to go. The option is still open for this to have a positive outcome. But what you have to do is to get out of this energy, recognize your pattern of self-sabotage, work on do the shadow work, and start working on looking forward, not backward, and filling your own cup up. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to talk all night if I don't stop. Just the cards, when the cards start repeating, that's, yeah, you already said that. You did. Yeah, we already said that. Okay. Thank you, Liza. Put a sheet over the bust. Take a break. Go do something fun that has nothing to do with anything that you've been doing. Change your scenery. Don't watch the same thing on TV you've been watching, or on YouTube or TikTok or wherever. Change it up, change it up, change it up. Do something fun that is not in your pattern. That'll be a good way to shift the energy. Go watch a comedy or something. Anyway, all right, I'm harping. Okay, guys. A warm hello to everybody that I've not said hello to. Thank y'all very much for being here. Good evening, Dexter. Oops, missed one. All right. Now, and I am not aware that anybody else has purchased a reading, but if you have, speak up. And if you haven't, I'm available, but this is a countdown. If nobody wants one, I'm going to get on out of here. And if you think you're in a twin flame reading relationship, please, excuse me, rewind and play this from the beginning, because that was my reason for being here. I had not done not my reason for being here, but I usually come here on Sunday nights and I do the week ahead energy. But I was overdue doing a twin flame reading, so I wanted to do that for everybody. Okay. Now, we do have an interesting week coming up. We have a full moon and an eclipse. And that's why I'm not sleeping well. How about you, Michelle? You already, I know you're affected by the moon cycles too. Oh, somebody sent a PayPal payment? Okay. Thanks. 1 second. Let me look. I meant to open that up and forgot to do that. To walk amongst yourselves. I do not see a notice on PayPal, but let me be sure I've got the right one pulled up. Yep, no payment on PayPal. Oh, you did? Well, I trust you. I'm not going to sit here and look at that all night. I trust you. I just didn't see it, but sometimes it takes a while to come through. Now, let me mute this again because I don't want calls coming in. Okay. Wow, Jake. Jake said I had some predictions come true yesterday, like the whole day in my situation. Oh, my gosh. It's from my buddy who passed about 4 years ago. Oh, wow. Well, you know, with the, excuse me, the veil thinning and the closer, this is just my personal observations. Y'all tell me if, because y'all are sensitives too. It seems like the closer we are to a full moon, the thinner the veil is. Well, I know that's a fact, but anyway, I think my intuition gets better, more accurate, and so forth. Also, Jake, I'm wondering if that's why you got that so clearly. Derek, what is this sleep you speak of exactly? I know, well, it's been a thing for me lately, a challenge for me lately too. Dexter, you can email me. My email is in the description box. So Michelle, what is your question, love? Because I don't know what deck. I'm put that down for you till I know your question. Oh my gosh, really? He mentioned, I'm reading Jacob's comment for those of you who don't read this or watch the replay. He mentioned so much of what happened now that you say that. He mentioned this as well, the full moon as well as the cold reader telling me, oh my God, that's so funny. What? I believe he also talked about the alignment. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, Jacob. That's good stuff. I know you know this. I'm not saying this for you, but I'm saying it for other people. I feel like I'm pulling on my sweater and it's slowly, every little button's coming undone. Hang on there, cowboy. Get that back together. What was I going to say about that? We need to really be grateful. I think because the veil is getting thinner for everybody. You've heard me say this. And when that happens and we have those experiences, I think it's important to say thank you, to be grateful, because, you know, that's a vibration. Well, I'm sorry that you're drained, obviously. But yeah, we're grateful to be here. I'm right there with you, Jay. I mean, not we have different experiences, but I know what you're saying. The sleep thing though is a. I'm not gonna speak that into existence. I'm just not. But to be in this energy, yes, it's a bit of a conundrum, a bit of a dichotomy. It's challenging, but I think that it's teaching us endurance and how to be in this energy. We have to have stamina. We have to have a little practice. We have to practice being in this energy. This is new for us. For many of us, being in this is a new energy here on the planet. As residents of this planet, it is new to us. We have to adapt to the new energy. So in the beginning, that's quite an adjustment. We have to. You don't have to, but I think you'd want to. So it feels like a strain until we kind of catch up with it. And let me come back to Mish 1 second. Oh, wow, Nancy. So I'm curious now, a white moth. I know that has spiritual significance. Did you Google that, what the spiritual meaning is of a white moth? Because I don't know that one off the top of my head. I'd love to know, though. Jake is saying, I appreciate what you said. I felt it. As I said, I was thankful. Yes, it meant a lot, and truly am so grateful to endure and to be the conduit of divine's work and positively. Amen, amen, amen. Yeah, I think we need to not take it for granted. And also our bodies, we need to not take for granted that this is a strain on us energetically, physically. And I think that's one of the reasons Spirit has really been stressing self-care more for a few months now, especially the last 2 months. I've not just here, but in my private readings, it's been coming up very consistently. Self-care, self-care. And I think it was Lee Harris that might have talked about this, I believe, or could have been also Cryon, maybe. Talked about the new energy, and that this is an adjustment for humans, and we have to assimilate and learn how to operate in this new energy and what that feels like. And that's a bit of, it feels we feel tired and exhausted sometimes for no apparent reason. So, and the more you process, the more sensitive you are, like we are and you are, Jacob and Mish, and all of us that are, for the most part, here. It can be harder. Like the more sensitive you are, the more you're going to feel it, right? Now, let me get back up here to Mish's question here. Okay, Mish. So I'm going to get 2 decks. Which two decks? Oh, pardon me. That was very unprofessional. But I did not have any caffeine this afternoon. I probably should have. Okay, well, that's quite interesting, but we're going to go with that. Okay. 2 decks. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you reposting that. Thank you. Be near the home. Okay. So I appreciate you, Jake. Thank you so much. 2 decks, 2 potentials. So I'm going to ask for Michelle. And for those who are coming on, just hopping on, tarot does not predict future. This is simply identifying a potential that is in existence. So what is the potential for Michelle if she excuse me, stays? I think I'm gonna have to go take my pill, y'all. I might have to pop off here in a second. stays in her. Yes, this deck for that. Yes, stays in her current home. What is the potential future looking like for Michelle if she stays in the current home? Please and thank you. I appreciate that, Jake, because you know sometimes it can get lost in a New York minute. Sometimes that chat just looks like it's spinning. Okay, give me a couple more, please. Okay, I'm making note of those, but not sure they were meant to come out. Let's see. If they come out again, then they were. Dexter, it should be in the description box. If you hit those little 3 dots and drop down, it should be in the more section. Okay, hang on, Michelle. I'm trying to make sense of these cards. I'm not sure I don't know why they had me do this deck. It's not my favorite. Okay, now, and what is the potential energy if you decide to move and go back to being your family? You are welcome, Dexter. Forgive the silence, guys. I'm trying to feel the energy. All right. One more time here. Bear with me. It's it's harder when it's not absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Michelle, these paths are not that different. I wish it was really clear, and it's harder when it's not. So I want to be sure I'm giving you the right guidance here. Of course, it's a big decision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we got. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. If you stay where you are, clearly that's a head over heart decision, or it should be trying to be, make decision from a difficult but strong mental place. But part of you thinks it's reckless. And in time, maybe even right now, but in time, I think you would feel like you'd lose passion for it, or you've already lost passion for it, knowing kind of the history that's there. And I know you love that house, and it's a fabulous house. I've been there. But this talks about this is the Ace of Wands in reverse. I'm sorry, I forgot you like to see the cards. King of Swords in the upright, the Fool in the reverse, Ace of Wands in the reverse. This also can speak about delays, but it speaks about a lack of passion, a lack of motivation, lack of energy in general. You will try to be brave. You'll try to hold out hope. Of course you are. Of course, that's who you are. Keeping the faith, right? Hoping and praying. But now I like this. You do have a wheel of fortune here. This is good fortune. But there's an element about staying where you are that creates more isolation. You're being away from family in itself. That's a no-brainer, right? Let me be sure. Okay, I didn't know if the comments were in sync. Sometimes it freezes on me. A sense of even resignation, because the Hermit in reverse, it depends on the reader. Can mean coming out of that, but I don't think that's the case here. This feels more like going from I'm talking about the Hermit card in general. I choose to go into this cave and have some time of reflection, whereas it seems to me like in the reverse, it feels more like now I'm choosing to really be the hermit. I'm choosing to go into complete isolation, or feeling that you would, in other words, you might be forced, you might just feel because of the neighborhood or the whatever. So it's kind of a not clear there. It isn't. I like that the Wheel of Fortune is in the upright. Now, I love this. The Two of Cups, the Sun. So in a reading asking, should you stay in this home? This is very positive. But I think there's a little bit of history here. It's like, well, I don't know where you met your husband and how long you had lived there together, but you had good times. You had good times there. There was a happy time. And that might be, of course, it would be naturally why you're wanting to stay there. It's reminiscent of happy times. You feel warm and fuzzy and, all the good memories there. But that's not necessarily a reason to stay, is it? Because plans fall through. These plans fell through. And now you're faced with the position of, this is you standing at the top of this hill trying to defend off you know, all the dragons and the bills and the thises and the that, trying to preserve and protect. All right, this is going to be a longer reading just because this is what it is. And I'm going to come back to that. Now, over here, if you move to be near your family, you can only go up from here. This is an ending that you're having trouble putting it behind you, but you're doing it. It's kind of hard to forget that kind of energy, right? Dexter, it is Scorpio1111reads@gmail.com. It can't get worse, only upwards. Recovery, regeneration, but it can also be, so it's kind of a toss-up. Resisting an inevitable end. Well, I think that means to this over here, but let's see what else. Yeah, because but it would enable you to save money, to hold on to money better. That's the miser card. And was this, to hopefully recover from, well, I don't know. Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't like, this is not good. Wait a minute. I thought this was the 10 of Pentacles. I thought it was in the upright, but it's not. It's reversed. Well, it could be said to recover from this, which is where I know you are right now, which is the instability, the loss of money, the dark, lack of resources. Hang on, that's why I said these cards can go either way, and I'm not sure. I'm going to have to do something different here to clarify. And we definitely don't like this. A loss of an opportunity, a missed chance, a bad investment. This will be challenging, and you could get to that defending your position, protection, perseverance. So I think there is an emotional, while this might, I know you know what these cards mean. Defending the high ground or preserving your position from all of this. So this, and I've got to tell you what, yeah, and at the bottom of the deck, strength in the reverse. So doubting yourself, losing your confidence, lacking inner strength. This is a real mixed bag. Both of these, I can't believe it wasn't clearer. You know what I'm going to do, Michelle? Because I feel like this is, I'm going to hold those. Well, that's what I'm feeling. And I felt like that was more of an emotional message, that moving back would, it will cause some kind of conflict. Now, I don't know if that means literally with them, or apparently, like you're saying, definitely internally will cause a conflict. And I'm going to do it over. I'm not happy. I wish it were clearer. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to pull some different cards. It's my channel. I can do what I want. I can stay here all night if I want. But I'm not. Yeah, I felt like it was with relatives for sure. Okay, now, hold on a minute. Time out. This will be intermission, because I didn't think I was going to be on here, but not even an hour, and I need to go take my medicine real quick. It's just in the other room. Sorry, Michelle, to interrupt your reading, but because what's going to happen is I'm going to start coughing if I don't go do it, and I don't want to. So everybody, cover your ears while I take my mic off. 1 second. I'll be right back. Y'all hear my squeaky shoes? Okay, that's better now that I've done that. Hopefully I won't start coughing. No, there isn't just you. I know. Hey, Joseph. Good evening. No, Michelle is that's the only. I mean, I've had other reasons, but I don't have anybody after Michelle. Joseph. Thank you, Nancy. I have acid reflux real bad, and if I don't take it, that's part of that. And I can feel it starting to happen already. I'm changing decks. I'm just saying something's going on here. I do not. I'm not giving up. I'm not. Michelle deserves better. You're next. Okie dokie, sir. I usually write these down, and I didn't. Now, we're going to try this again. So, again, y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to shuffle and ask the deck some questions for Michelle. Thank you, Joseph. This is like heart over matter. If you stay where you are, all right, I'm making my mind up. I'm getting clarity. I'm getting clarity that I'm standing my ground. I'm going to defend. I'm going to make my stand here. It's going to be my, Custer's last stand, but I'm going to make my stand here. But you end up feeling emotionally depleted, probably a little needy, codependent. And I think this is like, as much as you want to I got mixed messages with this card. Just a second here. I'm feeling just this real back and forth energy. Queen of Cups in reverse, Knight of Cups in the upright, Page of Cups in the reverse. At the bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups in the reverse. 9 of Wands. I know you know tarot enough. 9 to the 10, putting an end to something. It's like, it's almost like there's unfinished karma with you in this house, you in this place. And I don't know. I'm not seeing that card. Well, yes, I am. Hold on. There's the Judgment card. I just get this real sweet innocence off of this card, this Knight of Cups. I've had a lot of time in this house where I've spilled my cup. I've learned while in this house, I've had to, it's like this, just kind of telling the backstory a little bit. I've spilled many cups. I've given my cup and it's been spilled many times. And for those of you who don't know, cups represent emotions in tarot. And I think that this is where you've been. Obviously, you've recovered from that. You know, the divorce is final now. You're moving forward. And yet, you still don't really have the independence because she would be codependent, this king, and emotionally codependent at that. And so I think you waffle between these. But they're the stronger Michelle that we all know and love, who also wants to contribute to the world, comes out every now and then. And we're talking about as it refers to staying in this house. And there are some new opportunities, new things happening. But then sometimes you feel like you're taking 2 steps back or 10 steps back emotionally. So we go from the Queen in reverse to the Knight in the upright to back to a Page. So it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back is kind of what this feels, emotionally speaking here. If you stay in the house. Now, there's no pentacles here. I know that's not what you asked, but we know it's not just about that. And in this particular deck, not only the artwork, now it's in reverse, but look at the artwork. This page is underwater. Underwater. I'm underwater. I can't even, there's no way I'm going to hold water in that cup, even no matter. And I kind of feel like that's how you, the potential you end up feeling over here is, I just don't, thank you, Spirit, I get it. Thank you. I just got an incoming message. I know, I think I know where this is going. Okay. I'll tell you in a minute. There will be a reveal at the end. And so the ultimate is you end up being completely emotionally depleted, basically, because you've done nothing but fight for survival while you've been in this house or recently. And it's just too heavy a burden to carry. It just is. And frankly, you could stand a little forward movement here. But I think you feel like, and there's a part of you that feels like, well, maybe I didn't make the right decision in staying here. I self-sabotaged. And now all I'm doing is juggling. And my money's not good. And I can't move on from this. You know, this feels like, you know, it's an ending. I've been betrayed, blah, 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 blah. But it's kind of the good and the bad news when we're talking about the physical world. Because when we live in a house, it has both good memories and bad memories. And wherever you look, you're going to see one or the other. And so will your kids. And so I think that you end up feeling like this might have been a reckless decision or not a good decision to stay there, or this, we're talking future. And yet it's just been virtually impossible for you to walk away from it and leave it for all the reasons, because and so you've been trying to manifest staying there, and because in many ways it makes you happy. Now, this is going to be a longer reading, so Joseph, I'm going to ask you patience, sweetheart. Then this deck talks about moving, if you move back to where your parents are. This is a hard decision. You'd be sitting, this is being stuck, but in the reverse, it's saying, okay, I make a decision. Enough of this being stuck. I make a decision. I'm going to go toward what can balance my finances. But I feel out of control. I feel out of control. And frankly, I feel this is potential future. Not only that, but going back to family makes, I lose my confidence. I lose my verve. I lose my motsy. I don't know, whatever those words are. And now I'm codependent. And I don't really like, I'm hearing this straight from Spirit, I don't really like who I'm becoming or have become. Because she's, yeah. In other words, it almost had the energy of feeling like you're selling your soul to do this. Now, that's not the truth, because your family loves you and they would support you. We know, you know, I know that's not the truth. But you might internalize it that way. Like you just said, well, I feel like I'm giving up off of my failure, whatever. I don't remember how you said that, but you're saying like, everyone makes my kids happy too to stay here, and this is their home, I know, as it is their town. So this potential of moving, back to your parents, kind of feels like it's stressful, anxiety, and it also feels like Judgment Day. Now, the good news, this can cause an awakening. It's like this is a dark night of the soul moment for you. I know the divorce was, and you said, how many of those can one person be expected to live through? But it's almost like moving back home would kind of cause another one of those for you. Now, this is in the upright. This is good, but this has a lot of meanings, as you know. I think you would, on some levels, feel better, and yeah, it's an awakening, but at the same time, you would feel stuck again, and you would feel like, I'm moving backwards. This was a failure. So this is a question over practicality and emotions over financial decisions. That's the dichotomy I have here. Yeah, you go back home, you'll be single, and obviously you'll be able to take care of your finances. You'll be more independent. You'll be liberated more. At the same time, you'll be stuck trying to, the He-Man is not a bad energy, but you don't want to be stuck in always feeling like you have to be the one to adjust your mental perspective. And I think you would probably feel like it's not permanent. I can't, this isn't my home. This is somebody else's home. This is not my home. It feels impermanent. And again, the lack of confidence. Okay, now what I'm going to do, and this is what I realized Spirit wanted me to do, I'm going to get the special deck for you, Mish. I think there may be a third alternative at play here. I think that's why Spirit is saying this is not giving me a clear, because I think there's a third alternative. Okay, Spirit, show me please, what is the potential if Michelle makes a third decision, assuming there is a third choice, maybe selling your house but staying in the same town, maybe getting a boarder. You could somehow, I don't know, rent out your room and move in. I don't know what you do, move into the garage. I don't know, I'm making stuff up here, or put two of the boys in the bedroom where you are. I don't know, rent a room out is my point. I don't know, but let's say there's a third alternative. I think it might have to do with you moving somewhere else, but let's say there's a third alternative. What would that look like? We're not asking what that is. Is there a third alternative? And show me what that would look like other than these two for Michelle. It would be a strategy that would release you from toxic energy. Yes. Yes, we know. It would be a strategy that would release you from toxic energy and liberate you and give you independence. This Knight of Cups you were trying to assert over here on this side? Here he is again. It would give you that forward momentum. Oh, and there's the Ten of Pentacles in the upright. Yeah, it would cause you, it would almost force you, this is saying, it would force you into letting go of this stuff back here, forcing you into that forward movement, letting go of the past, not waiting any longer for that to happen. More stability, more money, a better situation financially, celebration. Now, I don't like those cards. I don't know what that's about. Hang on, let me get some more flyers. Well, we don't like that. All right. Let's get more. Hang on. I mean, I could pull clarifies on this till the cows come home. We may need to pull some. Joseph, go make yourself a cup of tea, baby. This may take a minute. This is a big decision. I don't... Ugh. Cannot make this up. Lord have mercy. Again, you saw me do all that shuffling. There comes that Knight of Cups again. Putting my feelings out there. Yeah, you would feel like you're out in the cold. I know you would. You would feel abandoned. Like, why is it never my turn? I'm always the one having to fight for things. Now, why can't anything ever be clear for me? Can I just... And then you get clarity. And then you get the case. I love it. And then, hang on. Forward movement. You get clarity. You finally get this new whatever. You fall in love with something. You fall in love with yourself again, whatever, whatever. You stop having these sleepless nights because you make a choice to go forward. Now, no, it stops there. All right, let's see. Thank you. Yeah, give me another one. Afraid to make a choice. Oh, I see. This would affect your work. I see. I didn't even see your comment till I saw the card. Something, let me see. Hang on, let me go back and catch the comments here. You said, I would have to start over in every way if my family be around. Michelle said, just this weekend I had somebody I know move onto the property with an RV and pay me. Well, there you see, there you go. My gosh. You could make it. Hang on a minute. Okay. Also, work plays into staying and being able to pay my bills. I'll answer that in a minute. And that's what I'm getting here. It's like each one of these has a downside. I hate to be in, but I hate, you don't know how bad I hate. I've been here, what, I don't know, 40 minutes trying to make this, make it be real clear, yes or no. But that's not what's happening. And so, yeah, work definitely plays into this for sure. Michelle, I distinctly made the choice to not make this a person because it's not a love reading, even though emotions play into it. And I ask, about you. So these are representing aspects of you. Yeah, this third move. Oh, Spirit, you're frustrating me. I give up. I don't like any one of these for you as it stands. Now, I'm going to ask another question because there's good, in other words, there's good and bad about all three of these, but nothing clear, and I don't like that. So let's ask this. If you stay in your house and you can come up with something having to do with that specific property that earns you income, i.e. the RV situation, how would that change the potential? Because there is an element of that. I feel that's part of this. Show me what the potential for maybe making some money, if she could do that, what would that look like here? You're going to get clarity maybe soon, maybe, and I think this is the message for me as the reader. She's going to get this or die. Yeah. Having clarity. You might be able to, this is transition. It might enable you to loosen your grip a little bit. Things would start to move. You would get clarity. Oh, I'm liking this. Michelle, this is it. Finally, some things that aren't. Okay. You would get clarity about, okay, we know this is a cup meaning emotions, but I like this. This is the answer. So this would make you happy. Let's just say it like that. Because you'd start having these sleepless nights. You'd give this anxiety, put that in the past. You get your confidence back. Guess who else is back? You're not going to believe it. Guess who else is back? Knight of Cups. Looking forward. Yeah. Getting clarity. Not clarity about what you thought was a bad choice. Yeah. A bad choice. Yeah. Giving you clarity about what you thought was a bad choice to stay and invest in something, and this has caused nothing but a tower moment. Yes, because you thought that you had made a self-sabotage bad decision, when in fact, this talks about home and family. So the fourth choice is the best choice. So I feel like, and I think, although that's only 2 cards, let me get a couple more just to confirm. Well, especially for people, Michelle, that give so much to me, obviously, that's exactly what I'm saying. Something outside the box that you haven't particularly clarified yet in your mind, but I think the RV idea or doing an Airbnb situation, something like that. A destination, something, homeschool destination. I don't know yet. All right, hang on. Yeah, there's... Oh. Coming out of disappointment. I don't know what that's just talking what we just said. Gosh, the cards are repeating now. You saw me shuffle. You saw me shuffle. Yes. Getting out of this self-sabotage energy, being able to move forward again. Being able to move forward again. Coming out of confusion. Oh, you saw me shuffling. Right? And yet nowhere, this is clearly an emotional mental decision. I mean, you would think this would be covered up with pentacles, and I only have like one, and it's only a 6 of pentacles. You trying to find balance. So this is all about, emotions and mind and heart. You think it's about money, but it's about mind and heart. I mean, I'm not saying you don't have bills to pay, but I thought that too. All right. Yep. This will enable you to come out of isolation and come out of your healing. Come out of what? Yeah. The injustice you've suffered, the hurt you've suffered, the deception you've suffered, the being stabbed in the back, the constant indecision. You're going to, now wait a minute. Repeating a cycle. Not ending, you know, this is the world in reverse. That's what I'm looking at. Let me get one or two more here. Making a decision, looking ahead of you. There it is. That dang Knight of Wands. I mean, Knight of Cups. Oh, my heavens. Putting that energy, yes. I think this is meaning you coming out of healing. This decision would mean you, yeah, let's say that. Coming out of healing, you've been working on yourself, healing. Accepting that maybe this cycle, by that, I mean, what it feels like is it's not like a cycle. It means not letting go of the house. Let me just say that differently. Instead of thinking like, I don't have to let go of the house. I can, right? But I just need to do something different. I need to look out. I need to make a different choice. I need to look past my front doorstep and out into the world and think bigger and think more globally. And move slowly but deliberately. I, meaning you, hold the Ace of Pentacles. This is in my control. I have the ability to take this pentacle and move forward. I have the ability. This fourth choice says slowly you're going to come out and you're going to get clarity. Well, I like this answer. It took me forever to freaking understand what Spirit was trying to get me to, but I'm just the vessel. Now, you're a tarot reader. You know, I wish I had. Oh, it's going to be upside down, but here, let me do this real quick for Michelle. Y'all hold on a second. Can you kind of see that? Take a snapshot real quick. Screenshot. Okay, and then you can reverse that in your photos so you can look at those cards. Yeah, letting go of this energy in the past. Yeah, that's, oh, yucky stuff there. You felt unstable, unable to find a feeling like, yeah, but healing from that. Yes, okay. Well, hey, Adia's here. Good evening, love. How are you doing? Gosh, it must be later than I thought. Everybody's popping on here now. All right, any last words for Michelle? And then I'm going to get on to Joseph. Anything else about this potential? Do you know what I'm hearing, Michelle? I'm hearing make a list of talents that each of your kids have and yourself. Be objective as you can. I know these are your children who could be objective, but just ask the impossible, darling. be as objective as you can. And I'm feeling like there may, now this might not be the immediate leap you go to, but you might work into it. I'm seeing something like a family, like a destination, like let me give you an example, and then you'll get the gist of what I'm saying. Um, like if I was going, now I don't have space in my house, I'd have to sleep on the sofa. Hence why I'm getting a new, bigger house. um, let's say Darlene wanted to have a destination kind of situation. I would offer something like, well, come stay with me. You have a bedroom and your own bath, your own personal entrance. And for the week, the price that you pay for the weekend, or 2 nights, let's say, for that you would get a tarot reading, or a mediumship reading. You could even get a free art, or an art class included in your weekend thing. So it's like, those are some of my skills. What skills can you put together for more of a, maybe a family situation, because you've got kids and they're going to be there? So it would be more enticing for a family situation. What could you offer? Um, I'm also hearing for you, Michelle, okay, I don't know if this isn't an organization it ought to be. I'm making stuff up. So somebody that's on here, make this happen. Single moms need strong role models. Single dads, you know what I'm saying, need a single male role model for their children. The same way that single men need a strong role model, female role model for their children. So is there any kind of an organization where that also might, hey, come and hang out. I'm a single mom with 4 kids. Are you a single dad with 4 girls? Let's, I'm making that up, but you know what I'm saying, that this could be some kind of a win-win in a family kind of environment. I have no idea what that means or where it's going, but some, and that might even be a volunteer thing you do on the side, but there's something that's a win-win. Your boys would get to be around, potentially, of course you don't know strangers, but get to be around other, I don't know, do a, or do an obstacle course in your backyard. And I don't know, I'm running out of ideas because my brain's getting a little tired, but anyway, something. Let me see, what have you said? Interesting. Do I find it the right time, huh? Oh my gosh, I've done this with my cousin. What, we switch kids at his house and the kids get so much out of it. My cousin's not married but has boys who crave a motherly figure, vice versa. And I guarantee you, you are not alone, the two of you. There's something about that. Now, is it happening out there somewhere, maybe, or you started? Just saying. You started. Okay. Whew. Your readings are always, gee whiz. Perfect. You have the space for it, and you've got a big yard and a garage. You could do like indoor projects, outdoor projects. Yes. It feels like, Michelle, you're not an average person. And I say that with great respect and admiration. So Spirit's not going to let you make any decision, I think, in any kind of mundane lifestyle kind of way. In other words, you're the kind of person that even a decision like these, like you're having to make here, is going to influence other people, even if you're not trying. Now, you think about that. That is a very much a Scorpio thing, but you're, to reiterate what you said earlier, a quadruple Scorpio. So what you do in your life, even making personal decisions like this, I got to make some money and pay, keep the roof over my head for my kids, is going to be a ripple on the pond for other people. And I think Spirit is saying, yeah, you think this is about money, but it's really not. It's really about you giving from your cup. This card would not stop coming out in all the decks. It's really about you going forward, you sharing your cup with people. And what's in that cup, Michelle? That's the thing to ponder. Which I started with making a list of talents that each one of your kids have. Let them brainstorm. Have a brainstorming night. Of course, you have to keep safety in mind. But anyway, I'm wrung out. Okay, you are so welcome, Michelle. I'm just glad I finally got there. I can feel when the energy's not done yet, and it wasn't done, and yet I was frustrated, and I'm not a quitter. Well, there you go, and that is the bottom line. I'm reading her comments, guys, which she's saying that's it's a beautiful idea, concept, which is what makes me happy, is to give of myself. Yes, INFJ. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I brought all the shovels out on this one, didn't I? Girl, well, you got it to do. I see a family brainstorming meeting coming up in your household. Kind of like to be a fly on the wall for that. I mean, you got a techie who he might not know a lot about marketing, but guess what? Oh, wait, you do. Oh, I mean, that's just, come on. Come on. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I mean, that's just 2 of your 5 resources right there. I mean, that's just off the top of my head. Knowing your family. Oh, my goodness. All right, Michelle. Now, we're going to move on to Joseph, Mr. Joseph. Yeah, I thought I'd missed it. Mixed my decks up, but I didn't. Okay, Joseph. I have to go back and find your question. Unless one of my moderators could cut and paste, it'd take me a minute. Would y'all do that for me? Please, pretty please. Wherever Joseph's comment was, way back there. It was Joseph, and did he have a thank you? Oh, there he is. I see him. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much for your patience and for posting a question again. Career reading. I was told we're getting raises soon, but they've told me that before. I want to know if I should wait around for it or trying to find greener pastures. Oh, okay. Seems like I know. I don't know who watches what in the memberships, but am I remembering last week or this week about somebody was going to tell you something and then they were going to, don't believe them. Was that last week or this week? And thank all of you for patience with me. Y'all, excuse me. My nose is itching and it's just allergies. Sorry. Driving me crazy. Dripping. What deck for Mr. Joseph tonight? Do you know, forgive me, a lot of readers remember every reading they do, and I don't. Sorry, I can't remember. I only did it 2 days ago, you'd think, but got a lot going through the ears here right now. So maybe it was last week, Jay. Yeah, that was this. Oh, on Joseph said, so maybe it's the theme both weeks. Okay. Well, let's see. I'm just debating on how to ask these questions for you. Let's start with a yes or no. Will Joseph get the raise that was promised? Yes, and they love you, and they want you to keep the job. And here's the but. I think that the company itself is something happening. It's not personal. Because I've got the Empress in reverse, which talks about a lack of expansion, control, nothing fruitful happening, which is disappointing. And then comes the Tower, the upheaval, the hand grenade in the building. Because there are egos involved here, and there's an energy here of here today, gone tomorrow, unhappiness. I'm just trying to do my thing and put my time in. Just reading Jake's comment. Don't remember all the stuff it said. My mama said, if you tell the truth all the time, remembering everything isn't so important. It will come back because it's, oh boy, that is a wise thing, or it will because it's important, but you must let it come back with patience. Oh, that is a beautiful saying, Jacob. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I was having that very conundrum today. I had a decision that I knew was going to cost me a lot of money, and I could have made a different decision, and nobody probably would have known the difference, but I couldn't lie. I couldn't lie. I couldn't do it. So I'm not going to talk the talk and not walk the walk. I just couldn't do it. So y'all donate some soup cans my way. Let me see, Joseph. It's not a company that will ever expand, but they do love me and are scared to lose me. Yeah, that I can feel for sure. So it's a yes, 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 yes. This is collaboration, all that. But you're right. It's just the company itself's not going anywhere. Now, what was the second part? There was a part B to that question. Let me go back here. Oh, now I got to find it. Oh, here it was. But they told me that before. I want to know if I should wait around for it or try to find greener pastures. Oh. Well, I think it's common. The only thing is I feel like there's an energy, and I don't really, to be clear and transparent, I don't really have the cards, but I'm feeling an energy of it might be less than they promised you. They might give it to you, but it might be less than they promised you, which is that disappointment. All right, now let's ask the second question, really. Which would be more financially? And we're not asking about emotions. We're not asking about logistics. We're only asking about financially. Which would it be better financially for Joseph to look for greener pastures, look for another job? Yeah, that could be the next generation taking over. It could be another company buying them out. Could be some kind of ridiculous tariff that puts them out of business. Huh. Joseph, did you have an opportunity, maybe, in other words, let me see, how can I put this? Let me state this instead of asking a question, but I think you may have put in an application somewhere or talked to somebody before, or maybe applied online for something before. Excuse me. If not, you've been thinking about this, obviously, hence your question. But I think this is something you already did online, maybe. In the past, somebody you might have known in the past. Maybe you knew a guy that knew a guy and you had a conversation with him. Because it feels like that may come around again. It's something that didn't happen in the past. But it might have just been delayed because maybe you thought it wasn't going to make you happy. Yeah, something that procrastinated. Hang on, let me get more because that's not really clear. Whenever I'm mad, I put in applications and use my boss as a reference. So they call him and let him know. God, that's genius. You do that on purpose. That is freaking genius. I love that. Oh. And thank you. That explains. Why is that in reverse? Communication, I got all the rest of it, but why is that? That's because of just what you said. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Excuse me. Nobody's supposed to know. Shh, nobody's supposed to know it. That's funny. All right, we're asking, to clarify, we're asking, what would it mean financially the potential financially if Joseph looks for another job. Oh, Lord. All right, here's what's going to happen. Potentially, there's nothing, we don't predict the future here. The answer is yes. There is an opportunity out there that looks really good, but it's something that you've looked at before, talked about before, a job you might have applied for before, a company you might have put an application with before. It's something from the past that is potentially going to be victorious for you. Yes, could even have an overseas connection of some kind. But your ships are going to come in. What you've been waiting for, the ships are coming in. You've been waiting for this. You're finally going to get your justice. Yes, we love this. And then, and it's going to happen fast. And then your company's going to say, but Joseph, we love you. We want to keep you. We'll give you more money. We'll get, what we want. They're going to try to hire you back or keep you. Yeah, you're riding off into the sunset, or this is your new offer, or you're just galloping off. This is fast action, doing, it's an action card, taking action. You're taking action because you're currently unhappy in your work, in your job, and you're making it known. You're taking action. You're breaking up with your company. Essentially, you're not happy there. You feel you're a bit overwhelmed, and that causes a tower moment. Excuse me. Because people were acting not fair, ego and pride here. You stood your ground. You said, hey, I'm worth this, and if you're not going to pay me, I'll go move somewhere else. And they didn't like that. They get mad about that. I can't say that word on my channel, but it starts with the B and ends with it sounds like itchy. I can, but at a cost. So somebody gets angry here. And then, well, hey Joseph, what would make you happy? What would it take? What would it take to make you stay? Let's get the coins out. Let's get the checkbook out. Let's make this look a little better here. Because I know, we've been telling you we were going to move things forward, and we haven't. And honestly, I know we haven't. We've been hiding things. I'm just saying. Just keeps on going. Yeah. Anyway, so I think that's Darlene's take on what's going to happen. But the short answer is yes, I think this is something from your past that you've already applied for. You might want to look at it again. So you'll know it could, like I said, it could have an overseas connection, or it could just be something that you've been waiting on the particular position. So call them back again, follow up again. Things are constantly shifting here. There could be, and I don't think this is part of it, but just to cover my bases here, there could be a family connection in some form or fashion. It could be a distant cousin or whatever, I don't know. But you will be treated fairly there. And like I said, and then I think your company tries to hire you back or keep you. Whether you stay or not, I don't, that's up to you, but that's what it feels like. I have to quit to get a raise. Well, no, but you have to threaten it or at least acquire the other job or get a what do they call it? I can't think tonight. My brain's too tired now. A job offer in hand. That's what I'm trying to say. And then you turn in your notice and say, hey, I've got this job offer. And then's when they start scrambling, right? You say, so that's typical. Over 10 years working here. Oh my gosh. Thank you. That's very informative. I know what company. Oh, good. I know what company you're talking about, and they still send me emails. Well, there you go. There you go. Awesome. Awesome. That's funny, not funny, but I mean, I just get this. They start scrambling energy. But what do you mean you're unhappy? But what do you mean you're unhappy? Let's talk. Let's talk. Sit down, man. Let me pull up a chair. Can I get you a coffee? Can I get I'm laughing. It's not funny. I know it's not funny. You bust your butt. I know you're a good worker, but yet they treat you like, whatever. This is a classic case, sadly, of the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And they take you for granted until they think you're going to walk out the door. And then, oh, wait, maybe we should look at this. Classic. Classic. Well, Joseph, I hope that helps, sweetheart. I mean, I'm glad you know who and what I'm talking about. That's good. That's no guesswork there. And they still send you emails. That's so funny. And there's an international connection. Like, I know you're in trucking. Do they move? Well, obviously anything truck, that's an obvious thing. Trucking, everything comes from China. We know that. So it's started to say but there is an international. Does this company back the trucks up to the loading docks where things come? I don't know. There's some international thing there, but that's kind of stating the obvious when you're talking about trucking companies, I guess. So anyway, whatever, doesn't matter. All right, guys, I'm not aware that anybody else has ordered another reading. If so, speak up now because I'm about to get out of here. Last call. Guys, this has been fun tonight. It's been laughing. I'm glad you're laughing at that. It's like, duh. We don't have anything made in this country anymore, sadly. Y'all, I bought some, I'm laughing at myself. That was me laughing at myself. You just saw. I play this word game that I love to play. In fact, I got to get off here and go play my word game. But anyway, they have these advertisements that you get points for if you watch them. And so sometimes I'll just click on it and then put it over here. I'm not really watching it. But once in a while, they get me. And since I'm moving into this new house, they have these battery rechargeable under counter lights. And I thought, well, I need that, something like that. So I ordered a few of them. Well, we'll notify you when they're shipped. They're coming from freaking Xinchai, whatever, China. It's been 2 weeks and they just got to LA. It's like, because you do the tracking. I'm thinking, I would have never ordered those had I known. But then you don't know. And thank God that hardworking people live in China, and but I just, I wish. I'd like to see this. I don't want to get into political statements here, but I wish we could make things in America again. Just say that and let it go. Don't. What? Mish is doing another what? That's a joke, right? I know that's a joke. I don't know if I got another Mish reading in me. I think we'll have another intermission. I don't know. Mish, are you serious? Oh, y'all are playing with me, aren't you? Hang on. Okay, but seriously, I have no idea. How long have we been on here? I can't quite see the two. I can't read that fine print. 236 minutes. Oh, good. Almost 4 hours. I'm not kidding. Intermission. I'll be right back, and then we will do your reading. Entertain the guest. Okay, we're back online. Now, where were we? Michelle. All right. Did you post your question over on PayPal? Let me look. Just look at my cards. I think I've used every deck tonight. Okay, well, PayPal's frozen, so I can't see if you posted your comment there. Try that again. I guess you're going to be difficult, huh, PayPal? I'm still not seeing. Oh, wait. Oh, no wonder. All right. I got it. All right. All right. Sorry, guys. I thought something was wrong with PayPal. I figured it out. Well, okay. well, I haven't used this deck. Let's use this deck. Let's use this deck. I was kind of grinning because of some of the readings I've done, like for Scorpio readings. And of course, they're general and they cover for a lot of people. They can't be accurate for everybody. But I was kind of thinking back on, well, let's see. And it is Mercury retrograde and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I don't know. Let's ask. All right, let's see. Let's start with the yes or no. Will he reach out? Will Michelle's SP reach out and communicate in any form or fashion? Well, oh my. As everybody leans in, pulls over the edge of their seat. Oh, this old fool. I'm just sorry. I said that out loud. My bad. I'm bad. Ooh, a deer. I'm proud of you, girl. And as I always say, especially to my soul tribe, I have no judgment ever. I mean, if you went back to him tomorrow, girl, but I think you're doing and God, I can't talk. Oh, Mercury. What a lot of strength that takes. That's what I'm trying to say. Seriously. I know. Scorpios are so underestimated. Well, Michelle, here's the thing. I think he's feeling a little left out over there. Maybe kind of feeling bad. I mean, he's got. I'm laughing. These cards are really what? This is the woulda, shoulda, coulda to me. God, what am I feeling this remorse about? That I didn't do anything, that I took no action, that I didn't communicate, that I procrastinated. Yeah, I was frozen with indecision, perhaps, or this could be saying I'm getting clarity. What am I getting clarity about? Well, where the wound is, that's what I'm hearing oddly. Now, we know this is the broken heart. This is the third party broken heart, whatever, but I heard that so clearly in my head, where the wound is. Now, we often project things onto other people that are ours because it's easier to see it in other people, don't you know? And he's realizing, this is an internal process, of course, that there was a lesson that he needed to learn and he didn't. But I think he's done some introspection, even though I don't have that exact card here. It feels like there's something he's putting down, some burden, internal. I feel like this is a spiritual, internal something for him. And he's worn out. I will tell you that. He's worn out. But he's still standing. So maybe this, I don't have the card of him breaking up and all that mess, but He is thinking about new horizons. He's thinking about new horizons. But he feels like there's probably that you've closed the door on him. And that he dropped the ball. But he feels there's unfinished business here. Now, I'm not going to get your hopes up, but he could be thinking about some future, making a future offer with you, but I feel like that's way down the road. Excuse me. Let's say you are someone, you are, not or, you are someone he has thought about having this beginning, making an offer to, but in the past you weren't single, so he's held back. Now, oh, we got some trolls in here, Joseph. So sorry, guys. All right. Well, maybe, depends on, we didn't ask that question, but let's ask how he feels about you. In other words, feeling left out and wanting to change that doesn't mean he will. He might just keep that to himself, of course. I don't like holding on to information and can't release it, but if I have to let it go and bury it, it's just, yes, I know. Because once Scorpio closes the door, it's closed. Jake, is that something I need to do? Or is that, you mean you couldn't because you couldn't get to it because of what you're doing? Or is that, do I need to look at your moderator setting? Is there something going on I don't know about there? Okay. Y'all are working that out. I got it. I know you got it. So let me ask this. How does he, I didn't get that out and we already saw those. So we're going to put those back. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad y'all worked that out. Love that. What are his feelings toward Michelle? Typical ego. I'm afraid to try for fear of failing. Afraid to try for fear of failing. I'm thinking about taking a leap here. I want to start a new beginning. I want to start something new. but I'm also feeling kind of moody and depressed, and I just might be overindulging and blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to hold my emotions back, hold myself back. Instead, I'm just going to sit over here. I'm going to hang from this tree for a little while, see if I can get my mind back where it needs to be about this situation. Because I don't want to be disappointed again. I'm afraid to take that. I just heard that so clearly. Afraid to try for fear of failing. Now, this means finally getting your groove back sometimes when it's in reverse. This means I had apathy and now I'm rethinking that. We like that. And I like this in combination with the hangman, getting that new perspective. But number one, I think he thinks it's over and done with. And number two, I think he knows he's going to have to change. He's got to do some things. This isn't, I feel a real shift. You know, a lot of times when we've done his readings, it was about how he felt about your situation because you were still dealing with your ex, soon to be ex. You were still dealing. This is a shift here. He's focused on his own happiness. So I'm just taking a time out over here. This break, during this break, by the way. Ooh. Okay. Well, he's dealing with some stuff. All right. Yeah. This is not about you. I do not think this man is thinking about love right now. He's had some kind of a look here. Look at the. All right, wait a minute. Let me, because I know you. I mean, this. Woo. Oh my God. He's pulling back from the world, and wait till you see these cards. Okay. Difficult conversation, argument of some kind, something that was extremely toxic, holding him back, addictions, a tower moment internally, having to deal with something, wheel of fortune in reverse, bad fortune, followed by now I'm out here on the streets and woulda, coulda, shoulda, regretting everything. Now I know we asked this how he feels about you. So yeah, all that could be true. I think there's something going on in I think he's gotten himself in a little bit of a hot mess here with something, and I swear it feels like work. This feels like some situation that does not have to do with love is what this feels like. Because things are coming to light and he just wants to pull away. He's trying to figure this out. And this is definitely some kind of come to Jesus moment for him. People were hurt, and blood was blood was spilled, so to speak. Ooh. Have you ever seen that many ugly cards that close together? I'm speechless. Moulet is here. Oh my gosh, Moulet, so good to see you. Wow. How in the world are you doing? Oh my gosh, it's fabulous to see you again. Thanks for popping in. And I'm going to try to stay back. I want to visit, I want to visit over there. But so, Michelle, what do you think about that? Oh, I'm so glad you're good. Aw, thank you. Well, I certainly have missed you too. I know people have lives. I don't expect y'all to hang out here with me all the time. But I do love y'all. Do feel like family, I swear. So, Michelle, what do you make of those? You're a tarot reader. What do you make of those cards? I mean, I just feel like this person is going through something that has nothing to do with you, but it's influencing how he feels about relationships right now. That's what this feels like. So it's not personal, is what I'm hearing. He took some kind of leap here. Well, yeah, you know, I'm not 100%. I'm the first one to admit that, but I just feel okay. And even if it wasn't, let's say it's not work. Let's say it's not. I go off what my intuition tells me. Y'all know that. But let's keep it strictly okay. I asked the question, how does he feel about Michelle? So we got the cards I've already talked about, blah, blah, blah. Now at the bottom of the deck, here's the distinction. The bottom of the deck tells me what's going on with that person, not on the surface, not the surface energy up here necessarily that we even ask about. It's saying what's going on in their life that's influencing the answer that we got here with these cards. That's why I kind of made that leap. Now, even if I said, okay, well, then underneath, this is how he feels about Michelle. Let's spin it that way. He would have to have a difficult conversation with you about some kind of a toxic situation he's in, or maybe even revealing that he has an addiction or some kind of a very toxic something that would bring down this tower for you and him, I feel like. Because I think then it's like you would be seeing the true colors, the Wheel of Fortune saying, okay, my fortune has turned. In other words, this guy could have, since you've known him, could have gone down the rabbit hole and getting into some, I don't know, white stuff up his nose for all I know. I don't know. But he's saying, and so therefore, I'm pretty confident she wouldn't want anything to do with me. And yeah, I feel bad about that. But, you know, the truth will out and my fears will come to light. Her fears, my fears, everybody's fears. And I'll just want to go into my cave until judgment is served or until I awaken. Because whatever I'm doing over there is very egocentric. And I know that I'm hurting other people. You like that one better? I think he definitely, and do you know what? Now, you know this, you're a Scorpio. People that are around us for any minute or two often say, you're really intense. Well, we are, but often what they're feeling is just what you're alluding to here. They sense on some level that we see beneath the surface, and we do. We're very intuitive. We can read you and sum you up in 2 seconds before you ever open your mouth. And that makes people extremely uncomfortable. It makes them want to squirm, and you never opened your mouth. So, yeah, I do think that that's part of it. And that being said, I don't even know that he could necessarily articulate that Or that he, in other words, he might not even be aware that he feels that way. Okay, well, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, because he doesn't want you to know that he's an alcoholic. Yeah. Yep. Because of the struggle he had, and I think so sorry, guys. My acid reflux. I'm gonna need to go do something else here. Because of the struggle he had, and I think he thinks I'll reject him. Yep, that's what that feels like. Does he want me to help him or see him as a person who can help him? Because the words are related to what I know. Let me understand that question again. Well, let's ask what action, if any, you should take. Because it's interesting what I'm feeling right now. I'm not pulling cards on this. I have a feeling about this, but I want to see what the cards say. What action should Michelle take toward this SP, if any? Yeah, I know. Yes, thank you, Jacob. It is. Yeah, I wish I had a cup of tea up here right now. I do. You know, I'm really glad I'd started early today, too, y'all. I had no idea that this many people would jump on because I started early. I'm glad. I'm delighted. It's always good to... It's like family time on Sunday night, isn't it? Oh. Now, you saw that card came out kind of sideways. Do I wait? Do I not wait? Do I wait? Do I not wait? And spirits have a sense of humor. That's the question we're asking you. Effectively. And thank you, Jacob, because you know I hold my breath. We've had that conversation. I forget to breathe. More cards, please, before I speak on that. You've had a mean spell lately with that. Relaxing is a scale. Well, it is. And for somebody that has taught meditation for 35 years, I do know how to go there. I just get so excited and in this energy, I forget. A lot of swords here. Mental energy for sure. I'm in conflict. You know, when I go quiet, I'm in conflict with myself. So here's the downside of being an intuitive. And I used to, you know, which I've showed many of y'all before, I started out doing cold reading. So I feel the energy and then the cards come out. And when the cards are not congruent with what I'm feeling, I have a dilemma. And so I'm trying that I have to sit with it, and that's when I get quiet and I'm trying to figure out, what are you telling me? Do I need more cards to understand it, or you know, what's my next step here? And Michelle's readings invariably are always like this. I don't know what magic she has that this happens, but I think it's that quadruple Scorpio. I'm pretty sure. And you know I'm teasing you, right? All right, when in doubt, clarify. And I am, because this is not what I'm feeling. Tell me what this one is, please, Spirit. Well, first of all, the conflict is because you don't have any communication with this person. You know, if you had a conversation, it would be easier. He could tell you, I'm in another relationship, or I'm not, but I don't want to date, or, you know, I don't like the color of your toenail polish. I mean, but the problem is there's no communication here. And so that's creating a secondary problem. Conflict within you is, do I move on? Do I not? Do I move on? I'm stating the obvious. You already know this is not tarot gold here. This is what you already know. But what I'm trying to get at is, that's what I'm feeling, is that you should make, I'll just say it out loud. I think you should contact this person and say, hey, are you single? Would you like to get a cup of coffee? But that's not the cards I have here. So I'm trying to reconcile these two. But you don't know why, Michelle. You truthfully, it's a mystery. I don't know. Where's the Eight of Swords here? Nine of Swords. You don't know why he dropped it, truly, do you? Was it because you weren't divorced yet? Was it because he was in another relationship? Was it because his job got too big for him? Was it because he thought you didn't like him? The mind will go crazy. That's why they call it monkey mind. So give me one more card on this Five of Wands here. Yeah. Well, duh. Well, okay, so Tarot's backing me up here. It's because, all right, clarifying the Five of Wands. I love these little cards. They're easier to shuffle, but they're hard to hold. I don't know where I stand here. I don't have clarity. There's nobody communicating here. So I don't know whether to go forward or go backwards or, I don't know what to do here. I need to make a decision. There's no stability here. There's certainly nothing I can see to count on. I don't know if this person's somebody I could want in my future or not because there's no communication. So at best, it feels risky to me. Love you, Tara. It feels risky to me to take this leap. But something's got to change. And so I think maybe I'm curious. Maybe I should step forward. Maybe I should step forward and just find out. This might create a tower moment for you one way or the other. Find out if he's single or not. Hey, are you single? Or do you want to go get that cup of coffee? All right, that's the Five of Wands. We know that now. That I can live with. So that's the dilemma. But, oh yeah, on the bottom of the deck. What was the question? How did I ask the question? How does he feel about you, right? No, we did that. What action should you take? Sorry. You should take some time out first, collect yourself. This is no communication, but you've already been doing that. So, and then gather yourself and have the conversation clearly and from your mind, not your heart. Hey, are you free? Would you like to get that cup of coffee? Because I'm just wondering, do you still find me attractive? Because I still kind of dig you. Or am I wasting my time and there's no passion here? I'm okay with that too, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Because, things are, I've been hanging in this tree for a while and I need some clarity. I need some new perspective because I'm tired of this. Tired of nothing going anywhere. Oh, yeah. And by the way, do you remember this guy? Let's have that difficult conversation back. And how does he feel about you? This is a difficult conversation. So the difficult conversation is, you think there's any chance for us to start over? Because we're both really afraid of that. And we're both probably still dealing with that with somebody from our past. I'm inclined to not even pull cards on that question because, okay, let's time out for a second. I've listened, I don't intentionally go out of my way to do this, but I have seen some pop into my feed, and just out of curiosity, I've clicked on them, about how men feel. We know how we feel and how, I'm trying to think how to put this. We have an imagination. We have how we think men feel about us factor. going on in our heads about people. So we kind of make up this story about it. Well, men do that too, only we expect them to take that first step. We expect them to make the, because this is the way our culture has been, for starters. And so the overall energy kind of what I'm feeling here is, where's the Queen? The Queen of Swords is in here. Right there. Right there she is. You've had enough time to do this. Boss up and be, you remember her. And this could be saying maybe he's thinking that's who he's going to get again. But no, he's not. That's not who you are anymore. You're evolving here. You got your mojo back. But what I'm trying to say is, it may be time for you to be more in your masculine energy, because what difference does it make? What you're asking for is assurance that this man cares about you before you make that call. I want to know that he cares about me so I don't feel rejected. I want to know the outcome before I take that first step. That's part of the process. It's part of your journey. You need the confidence, or you need one way or the other, whatever this is going to give you. That's part of your healing, is this. I know you're tired of that Queen of Swords, but this is a different Queen of Swords. This Queen of Swords is saying, okay, I guess the tough thing for me to do is communicate here and extend myself and let them know I'm attractive. But if they shoot me down, then they shoot me down. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, men do this all the time. They're more custom as part of their being a guy thing, where nothing ventured, nothing gained. Women are not. So it's not part of our nature. No, we want the assurance. Well, I'm not going to go over there and be the first to initiate. I'm not going to. But the underlying thing here is, it's almost immaterial. But that's what you're asking for. You want the assurance that you're going to be received well, or you're not going to reach out. And I get that. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. But it's almost like part of the test here for you is not knowing that. Like, this is part of you getting your confidence, okay, back. What difference does it make? He says, I'm with somebody else. Fine. Hey, great to catch up. See ya. Hope, wish you the best. Or, you know, I've been going through a difficult time. I'm really getting over some stuff. I'd love to meet up for coffee, but I'm going to have to get back to you in a month or so. Or, God, Michelle, it's so good to hear your voice. You sound fabulous. Yeah, how about 3 o'clock? Let's go get that coffee. It's like nothing ventured, nothing gained. And the fact that you need to know the answer before you extend yourself is kind of defeating the journey. I won't tell you what Spirit said. That was a little, but it's kind of like, no, you can just sit over there in the corner and tell yourself that he's not attracted to you anymore, and that's okay. You just stay over there in that corner and you think that, and you stay stuck then. Okay, all right. Because that conversation is too hard to have. And now, you know, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit, but but the conflict is not whether or not you will be rejected. The conflict is within you. It's the mental business. Well, I don't know. I don't have clarity, so I'm damn sure not reaching out. I'm only going to reach out if I know I'll be well received. Well, welcome to a man's world. So I've been told. All right. I didn't want to say that, but I kind of, that's exactly, I swear to you, Joseph, I didn't want to say that, but like, Spirit's pretty adamant about this. And honestly, Michelle, because you take the deep stuff and that's like appetizer for you. like most Scorpios, but because you're so deep, you don't get any slack, girl, right now. Spirit's got you on, got your training wheels. I mean, you got 4 sets of training wheels on, I reckon, but it's the journey, not the destination. And I know you want to reach to the screen and slap me right now. I'll ask the question, if Michelle reaches out, how will it be received? But you understand that's a whole nother 20-minute reading, because we know that's not going to be a simple answer. We know there's no quick answers. It's got to be the deep dive for Michelle, because Spirit is always giving you or wanting you to dive deep and get the bigger picture. Whoa. Let's take this. You won't know till you do it. Tell me you're not laughing. Tell me you're not laughing. It's a secret. Let's keep it hidden. Let's not tell her. Because I asked, how will it be received if Michelle reaches out? I'm telling you, your spirit team is hysterical. Oh my gosh. We are having such your expense. I'm sorry. They are. Oh my goodness, are they ever? I'm going to split my sides on that one. Oh. How will it be received if Michelle reaches out? Okay. 3 shuffles. If they don't give me an answer, they're saying we're not telling you. Two. This is an exercise, and you know, there's okay. Let's say you're asking for more, whatever that is, money, romance, whatever. And let's pretend what you're asking for is sand. And you put the sand in your hand. You've got sand in your hand, let's say, but you want more of it. And I think I've used this here before, but so you want more sand, love, romance, money, but you're afraid you're going to lose what you already have. So what do? You hold your hand really, really, really tight to keep this sand that you've got here, to protect it and hold on to it, right? But what happens is the new sand can't come in. You're never going to get more if you're not willing to open this up, at the risk of losing some of this. Now, why did she say that? Because you're protecting yourself. You're holding on so tightly. And this is where Spirit wants you to be. What are you holding on tight? Your love, your feelings. You're holding on so tightly to that. I'm not making it up. What are you holding on so tightly to? Your feelings, your love, your heart. Spirit saying it's time to make a choice. It's time to make a choice. Now, you make what you will of this card. This could be a king, make a move. He's the action king. This could be saying, get up off, get out of your bunny slippers, put some makeup on, go, stuff. You know what, I'm being melodramatic, but he's the action queen. It's time to boss up. Take authority. Go out there and get your own justice. Find balance. Give yourself balance. Give this to yourself. Be willing to, this is like, what does happiness look like to you? Being stuck in indecision? No, 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 no. Y'all, I go through this card so quickly, and I probably shouldn't do that, but Michelle knows tarot cards, and she will slow it down if she needs to, or she'll ask me. So forgive me but yeah. All right. Just for grins, I'll shuffle one more time, but I think Spirit's saying we're not telling you. It's hidden. It's a secret. They are not telling me anymore. But this guy did come back. Time for you to make a move. Time for you to make a move. Put an end to the cycle. What kind of cycle? Of feeling like this is a missed opportunity. And yet all the while feeling like you can't walk away from it. So what you're doing is you're on the mental gerbil wheel. You're just punishing yourself by continuing to think about it. Continuing to think about, will we ever reconcile? Will this thing ever turn around for us? Will this person ever come back and collaborate with me? Will I ever be happy with this again? Will I ever find love again? Love. Will anybody ever commit to me again? Oh, can't get them out fast enough. Wow, that's a lot of cups there hidden under the surface. Hidden. All right, let me catch up on some of your comments here. Yes, they are having fun at your expense. This is a leveling up for me. Amen. That's what this feels like. I can make it head over heart and share what I know, because you know very well how to be in that Queen of Swords energy. Not because you want to be, because you had to be for so long. But this is a little different Queen. I mentioned that. I want to reiterate. This Queen of Swords, I've already shuffled it away now, but is a different, it's not, I'm defending my position. You come near me, I'll cut you in a million pieces. No, this is, I'm being judicious. I'm being smart. I'm not leading with my emotions. I'm leading with my conversation. I'm leading with my mind. Oh, well, that's very perfectly said. Well said. It's a blend of your gifts and feelings for someone, which is new for you. Well, there you go. That's why Spirit is forcing you, regardless of the outcome. They keep repeating that to me. It's not about the outcome. It's about your internal process of getting to that place. Because otherwise, frankly, you're just going to, it's like an endless sinkhole, whirlpool. You're just going to continue to spin and do that what if. It's going to be harder for you to let go. Thank you, Joseph. Well, that's right. If you didn't have feelings, you wouldn't get a tarot reading. Of course. I mean, you would love to have something with this person, but it's like, if you don't ask the question and you live over here in, well, maybe he's got another person, or maybe this and maybe that, then it's not a rejection. It's still a maybe. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be this straight with you. And so you never have to really accept that it's a no, or close the door on it and have to be forced to walk away. So as long as you don't do that, it's still alive. It's still a possibility. It's still a um, something you can feel about, and give hope to. Whereas if you make this call and he says, Michelle, I cannot be with you because I can never be with a woman that wears that color toe polish. And, I'm being silly, but, whatever, or I'm with somebody else, then that's it. There is no more. There's nowhere to go. That's it. It's done. And I think part of you keeping yourself in this ruminating is, and I'm listening to this for myself too, is it's putting off the final letting go or moving on. And so, yeah, I knew you would get it. I knew you would. And, it's a hard pill to swallow because you've got feelings and you have been, this particular person has really kind of been one of the, how do I say that? Dangling carrots, but that's not really how I want to say it. So sorry. One of the ways that you've held on in your difficult situation in the end of your relationship and your awful divorce was kind of, you had hope. That hope kind of kept you alive for a long time. And even, I mean, hope is hope, but still, it's nice to have a face with it. And so I think that's the crux of what spirit is why it's wanting you to do this. And it keeps saying it's not about the outcome. It's really about, I'm repeating myself now, I do that, but forcing yourself to find out the truth one way or the other. That's really what it's about. And I would be pretty upfront and direct, not in a cold way or a, hey, you want to do it kind of way. I don't mean, I hope y'all laughing at me. It's just say, don't beat around the bush. Don't pretend you're calling about one thing and then that's not really what you mean. Because I think you'll pick up on it. Be direct in a nice way, but be direct. Make a move so you can end this cycle, whether that's ending the cycle of this person being a missed opportunity or something else or starting something new. But that cycle of you being in the whirlpool needs to end. You can't move forward with him or with somebody new if you don't get an answer. Okay. You like that deep place I just went to? Well, I'm just glad as can be then. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to have to go take some more. That one little pill didn't do it. Well, I got nothing more. I dug deep again, and I think that's really the truth. Now let me say, I'm taking off my Mama D hat. And saying this as a friend. I like to think we're friends. As a friend, I would never have told you to do that. Well, if he wants me, he knows where to find me. He's got my number. That's what Darlene would have told you. So that's why I want you to know this is not coming from me, the person. And that's part of my struggle in that card pull right there, because I'm thinking, oh, you're not saying that to her. Oh, hell, you're not. Hell no, you're not. Just a little insight to how the world works for me. Welcome to my world. So that's kind of the downside of knowing people in a personal way outside of just reading complete strangers. I really care about Michelle, and that is not something as a friend I would have said. But I'm glad we did that. I'm glad, because I think now we have a better understanding of why Spirit wants you to do that, so that you can move on with or without this person. Okay, I'm done rambling. Oh my goodness. Whew. Hey, Michael, good evening. I'm doing well. A warm welcome to everybody who's just popped in, maybe, and I haven't been able to say hello because I've been busy over here doing my thing. Michelle, I hope that helps. Are you throwing rotten tomatoes at the screen right now? Oh, goodness. I love you, though. It did help. Okay, well, Darlene loves you as a friend. Mama D also loves you. I know, right? It's like, oh, I know. And then there's the element, and don't tell me you don't feel this, because I just felt it. I just heard it so loud and felt it. And then there's the, but I'm betraying myself because I swore I'd never do this. Tell me you're not thinking that. Don't you lie to me. No, I know. But I said I'd never do this. I said I'd never do it. True. I know. Well, that's partly a Scorpio thing, but it's what it is. And then sometimes, you know what? You go through life and you learn and you change and you do it anyway. So there. One of the things that I've learned as I've gotten older is to never say never. People, I've lived long enough to know, let me share this with you, never say never, because life will challenge you and it'll throw something in there that, oh, what do I do now? Because I said I'd never do that, or I'd never do this, or, never say never. Because all you can do then is laugh at yourself. Oh, goodness. All right, guys. Am I caught up? I think I am, right? I think that's it. I think. I don't think anybody else has requested a reading. If I am correct, somebody, or not correct, please let me know. And if not, I think I'm going to scoot on out here. Let me see. Yeah. A long time. All right. Last call. I'm doing all right, Jacob. You know why? You wanting a reading? I can do a reading for you. Of course I can. One, yes. Although, honest to God, I'm not playing. I do have to get up off this. My bum is numb. Oh, let me stretch a minute. Oh. How many hours is 300 minutes? How many hours? That's a lot. That's a lot of minutes. Okay, let me stretch. I have the tightest legs sometimes, y'all. Oh. All right. Who's next? Who's next? Is Mish going night night? I missed that because I can't read the screen now from over here. Maybe that's better if I stand back. Okay, who's next? We're keeping you up all night. I'm glad. This is why I knew I needed to start early today. That's right. Okay. I said this last time, I probably need to start just standing up when I'm doing readings just to keep me moving. Adia, good night, sweetheart. It's so good for you to stop in. I hope you keep it strong. As Jimmy Buffett would say, keep it between the navigational beacons. I love you, sister. Take care of yourself. Okay, guys. Really? There he is. Jake. Jacob. Of course, I got to read that fine print with these super chats. The print is smaller. Sending you a big hug, Miss Adia. Good night. Okay, Jacob. Wait, I meant to write this down 1 second. Now, okay, is there any advice for Alexis? And I love reading advice. What deck? Oh, yeah, we want this one. Okay. Okay, give me 3 cards. Show me the state of things. Jacob and Alexis, for starters. And then we'll get some advice. Okay, this deck is so beautiful and I love it, but it's slow as molasses, so bear with me. Try this way. Maybe one more, please. I'm getting a couple of messages. One is there a little bit, this is a side message, not the actual main reading, but there's a side message. Is there a little bit, well, you won't know this. Why am I going to ask you this? Okay, let me rephrase this as a statement and maybe. There feels like there's a little bit of an irritation, not a big deal. Like at nighttime when you say goodnight, on let's say on the phone or whatever you're doing, it feels like not when you're together. either somebody doesn't want to hang up, or somebody says something that's kind of triggering right before you hang up, but there's a little irritation about something about that, Jacob. Like, I can't, I'm having trouble putting that into words. There may be something to do with family, like, I gotta go now, my mama's calling me, and it's not okay, baby, love you, sweet dreams. It's a little bit jarring with that. Maybe a bit, maybe more than a little bit. Does that make any sense? Oh, you mean the question? Oh, that's okay. I know you said that's okay. We'll see what comes out. Doesn't always need to be specific, but we'll see what comes out. So maybe, Jacob, that's a heads up if you don't know that's going on. I'm just using that as an example. But let's say you're saying, we don't always say goodnight. But when you do, just be mindful. Nope, nope, nope. I got to get more on that. That's too vague. All right, let me see. I mean, there is love here, or affection, we'll say. Let me see what this is. I've got the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, and just that typically would mean somebody who's not putting the work in, or but there's a weirdness around it. So let me see. Unless one of you is feeling that way and you don't like want to, yeah. Let me see what else. Clarify this Eight of Pentacles, please. Maybe there was a conversation about, well, I don't know how this is going to work because, we don't live in the same city or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to feel it. Like sometimes we fall asleep without saying it. It feels like she's indifferent about it. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's more than indifference. Okay, bear with me because I'm still not getting it, Spirit. I mean, see the cards. This could be Jacob saying that you are not, well, it could be either of you, to be honest. But somehow I'm feeling that this might be you. Maybe questioning if, I have to say this, you can measure up to what it will take or what it would be expected of you to keep this particular queen happy. Are you feeling some doubt about that? This is kind of a self-esteem, partly self-esteem, but partly practical, physical also question. I'm just saying that's That's the feel of it. Yes, you are. Okay. Thank you for verifying that. Yeah, because again, Eight of Pentacles in reverse, clarified by the Nine of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles in the upright. I'm willing to try, but I just don't know if I can measure up. That's what that feels like. Okay. Now, which is, now this is probably both of you, but I feel like this is for you too, because I really, speaking as you, I really want this new opportunity. I'm clear about that, but at the same time, it stresses me out because I feel like a page, not a king. Got page, excuse me, Nine of Wands. That's a page holding the wand, is what I said that. And I feel like this page stepping forward, little page stepping forward, trying to present my pentacle to this queen. And I'm afraid I'm going to get hurt again. I'm just, to be honest, I'm afraid I'm just going to get hurt again because I don't, this is really an interesting issue because I know this, I need to give equally to this. And is it a bit of an illusion that I can give enough love to this queen or measure up again, open my heart enough? That's a question in your mind. All right. At the same time, moving on, the Eight of Swords in reverse. This is somebody who is getting clarity or needing to, but it feels like they're getting. So clarify this Eight of Swords, please. In this relationship with Alexis, what does this mean? What are you telling me here with this Eight of Swords? Always thankful it's me that needs the work and not her. Well, doesn't mean this doesn't apply to her now. Don't be taking it all by yourself. The work and not her, and I'm together life I'll end. Neither will need much work. Well, there you go. And it's always both of you. Doesn't mean each party is necessarily owning their part equally, but it's always, it takes two to make or break a relationship. Just remember that. What is this Eight of Swords? What are they getting clarity about? What are they getting clarity about here? That they don't want it to end. Well, okay, that's good. Unfinished business, don't want it to end, but what else? Yeah, right. And just enjoy life together. Amen. What is it? Yeah, that you don't... All right, hang on. Let me get one more. Clarify this Eight of Swords for me, please, and thank you. Oh, did it? Oh, I didn't know. Thank you, Jacob. I had no idea there. For those of you who came in late, I've just been doing some readings tonight. Please, if you're interested and you think you're in a twin flame journey, obviously you might not know that if you're in the shorts feed. At the beginning of this video, I started by doing a reading for the Twin Flame Journey Collective. So you might want to check that out. And I do personal readings, personal and private. These are personal, but I do private readings too. Oh, yeah, this is just fear talking. That's what this is. It's fear. So what you're getting clarity about is that you don't want, and I think this is both of you talking, you don't want this erratic, in and out, Knight of Wands kind of behavior. It's like you're beyond that. Both of you are looking for something deeper than this. Because in the past you've made bad choices in love, or what? There's no bad choice. There's no such thing as a mistake unless you don't learn from it. So let's be clear about that. But who said that? Dan Millman, I think. Anyway, but it always lingers in that it brings up your fear. Will I make the same mistake twice? Because you feel like that was a mistake. It was just a lesson, but you won't forget it, right? So you're afraid of making a bad choice because of things that happened in the past, and or also this might involve family. You're afraid of making a bad choice because it would impact family, either or both of you. But again, two things. There are Queen of Cups, Queen of Cups. There's genuine feeling here, no question about it. Genuine feeling here on both of you, from both of you. Almost to the point of obsession. But the question is, you're asking, am I going to get pulled in again? Are my feelings going to make me vulnerable to being pulled into something toxic again? And so the clarity you're getting is that this is a fear. That's the real fear. You're afraid to make the choice because you're afraid it's going to be toxic again. And so, okay, good to know. I'm afraid. Good to know. I've gotten clarity about that. Okay, whoop-de-doo. A secondary message, well, I don't know if that's secondary, that's not the right word. Another message. You're also feeling like there's just multiple messages here of feeling good enough, not feeling good enough, questioning, am I good enough? That's the simple version. Loving that deeply, you could also have a subconscious thought pattern that may tell you, because of things in your past, loving that deeply is toxic, period. Loving that deeply is not safe because look at this, that's the devil right there. Am I falling in love with the devil again? Yes. And, that's normal when we start a new relationship to some extent, but it scares you. You love it and you hate it at the same time, Now, I don't really feel, and so sometimes, furthermore, sometimes that makes you want to put the brakes on. Am I making the right, and question yourself, am I making the right choice? Maybe I should end this now. Yeah, maybe if I could get an epiphany about this, I could stop. Yeah, it's all that. It's just that back and forth now. So I want to ask specifically, because I don't think we need to. The World card, it means you're repeating a cycle. You don't want it to end. That's self-explanatory. Now, I do want to ask, I'm going to put these clarifiers back I want to ask if she has anything to say here that you might need to know. Loving too deeply has even pushed some away. Loving too deeply is my gift that hasn't always been. Well, you nailed it. That's right. And we know what happens when we sometimes jump in with both feet. You did need to hear this though. I worry that my fear means something else is happening. Only you're what's happening. It's never about, you heard me say this probably 100 times, it's never about the other person. It only appears to be. That other person is only showing you where you're wounded, what you need to heal, where your fears are. Okay, now, how does Alexis feel about this relationship? What would she like to say? Please and thank you. What would Alexis like to say about this relationship? And how does she feel about Joseph? Let's keep it with that. How does she feel about the relationship? Okay, one more. You cannot make this up, Tarot. Eight of Pentacles. Eight of Pentacles. You're on the same wavelength, except yours was in reverse and hers is in the upright. So she's ready to go. She's ready to put the work in. She's ready. She's wanting to invest in this, ready to, work on it a little bit. She's got clarity about it. Yeah, she's worried for a while but then the same kind of thing. Okay, let me pull some more there. What else? Okay, that's good. What else? Tell us more. Jacob, you've heard this, I'm sure, a million times, that acronym for the word fear: false evidence appearing real. That's your monkey mind making stuff up. Well, what if this and what if that? Well, maybe this and maybe that. We all do it. Okay. Remember this guy? Y'all are mirroring each other. It's so funny. Okay. She's saying, I've got clarity about this. I have the epiphany. The epiphany is, I want to hold on to this. I do. I want to hold on to this. But I don't want to move too fast. In fact, let's just back it up. Let's hold this right where it is for a minute. Let's not go anywhere. Let's just kind of sit here a bit. Because I don't want this to be a missed opportunity. I don't want this to literally, the artwork is slipped through my fingers. I don't want to drop this opportunity. That's the truth. Because why? Do I need to repeat myself what I said to you? She's in the same mindset. And I think there's obsessive thinking here too. So she's holding back, trying to be strong. But I will say she feels a little jealous. She's got some jealousy going on, maybe some possessiveness. A little bit more, it's about her sometimes, but I think she's fighting it. She's trying to fight that. She's trying to resist that. because there are feelings here. She definitely cares. Yeah. Now, I don't know. She just came out of a relationship, but I feel like this is her saying, yes, let me just stop questioning myself. Moving on to calmer waters after a situationship, relationship, something in her life ended. And so she's currently manifesting healing her heart, not wanting any conflict. Yes. So part of this, I think that explains why this Knight of Pentacles is in reverse. You know, he's the slowest moving energy in the tarot, or slowest moving knight in the tarot, but he is the one that gets there in the end. When it's in reverse, it says, no, we're stop. We're moving. I'm putting the horse in the barn. I'm just going to lay in this field and watch the grass grow. Now, that is because of what I just explained here on the bottom of the deck. Because if I move too fast and I give in to my feelings here, I'm afraid this is going to slip through my fingers. So I'm going to be strong, and I'm going to really hold back on my passion and my feelings and all of that, because this could be somebody I could care about here. Well, that's a good positive reading. Woo! I like it. I like it. I like it. Wow, Jacob. I have no words. I don't want to mess that up. I don't want to. That's really, yeah. And, as I said even earlier tonight, artwork matters for readers. Well, good ones, I think. See, this is in reverse. If you hold something in your hand and your hands are in reverse, that's going to fall out every day. Yeah. You're saying, I knew it would be good. You did? Well, then why do you need me to tell you that? You know the difference in asking and declaring. Joseph, sorry, I was reading Joseph's comment. Jacob, declare to the universe this is the case. I'm not giving you a hard time. I'm just saying you already knew it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'm so happy for you, Jacob. Oh my gosh, after all you went through. Oh, wow. And at such a young age, too, for you to have been through the stuff you've been through. You so deserve happiness, my friend. You so deserve happiness. And so I'm not saying this is forever after. We didn't ask that question. But right now, it looks like you two are pretty much on the same page with each other. You have a little different fear than she has, but not that much different. Honestly, yours is more based in self-esteem and can I measure up, and hers is more, I don't want to mess this up by going too fast. So I think this is fabulous. Yay you. Wow, some interesting readings tonight, y'all. This must be the full moon energy with the eclipse coming. It feels very, very interesting energy tonight. I gotta say that. Share that. Joseph, thank you. Beautiful. Yes, it was 100% beautiful and difficult. It's the theme tonight. Whew. I am thankful for this too. It just broke my heart if I'd gotten some ugliness in there, and I did not. And I'm not going to go looking for it either. But no. The only thing I will caution about is, and I suspect this is you. I don't know her, but I suspect secondary fear of yours, because we have two queens here. Let me show you these cards. Okay. Queen of Cups, which I think is her. This came out. This is at the bottom of the deck with your reading. So you clearly care about this woman, all right? You can see yourself having a family, but also making really good memories with her. Now, the second part of this is, but also you may have, and I know that you do, but I'm not making this about that necessarily. There could be a woman, in another second woman involved, that might not feel so wonderful about this. You're afraid it might cause unhappiness here in this, and I think this is probably your mother, maybe, but maybe not. But you're loving this person, your new person, Alexis, might be causing a challenge with this other person, because I've got this Nine of Swords here, anxiety and resisting a collaboration, a fear, afraid of making a decision. Yeah, that this is going to cause conflict. So that's also in the energy, just letting you know. That's a little piece of that too, probably in the back of your mind. So yes, it has been a long time coming for you. It's a big moment where I can finally stop needling as much as reassurance. Say, yes, please stop that. It's human nature. I mean, you heard me getting on Misha's case about that ruminating and monkey mind. So you're saying, from the prediction of my buddy Jeremy that passed and this happening, I feel a lot more confident. And thank you for dearly helping me get there. Oh, Jacob, God bless you, sweetheart. Hey, it was an honor if I helped in any small way. And that's why I'm here on YouTube, is, because once in a while I get lucky. And I'm happy and proud to be a part of anybody's journey, if I can be, in a positive way, of course. Well, I'm not sure that don't no, well, hold up, time out. Don't make words where I didn't put any. I'm not saying this is a prediction that your mother will act this way. I am saying it is a concern that you may have about how your mother will act. Because we didn't ask that question. That would be a whole other reading. How does your mother act? But I think it's a concern of yours, given these cards. When I fall in love and I find my partner, what about this past? What about my family and this person? And that's gonna, yeah. So you that's more your concern right now. I'm not predicting that that's how your mother will take that at all. Didn't want to. Yeah, don't. It's not what I was saying. Okay, all right. Yes, I do feel a little concerned because I spend so much time with her. Right. And you know what? I'd worry about you if you didn't, because you're a good son. And that's what a good son would do. Okay. Like one of my sons has told me very plain. He said, and I knew this, but he never said it out loud. Mom, if it wasn't for you and Dad, I would be living in Mexico, or be living and traveling the world, or whatever. But he feels an obligation to stay here. He's not living under my roof right now, but to stay in this country and help take care of us as we age. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And I think, not that you should run your life by that, but I am saying that I think that is lost on a lot of people in modern culture, in other countries specifically. And you've heard me talk about this before. There are other countries. Oh, shit. I can't talk. Shoot. Other places in the world, other countries, other cultures where, like, if you marry, you are becoming part of that family. You don't go anywhere. You don't take your wife and go away. You just are adding a family member. And like in India, they move in with, I forget which parent it is, which I think the wife moves into the husband's family home and they all live together. And, it's just a cultural thing here in the United States in particular where we are so independent. So I think it's a lost thing that we need to get back more of is keeping in touch and all the generations. I mean, not just the older people, but the younger people, because then the grandparents can take stress off of the younger people because what do now? They move to another state and they have nobody to help take care of the kids. That's why the family worked so well that way. And I'm not saying we have to live in the same house. I don't think I necessarily want to do that, but you get my drift. Anyway, let me see what you said here. Oh, that's not, we might get land to build a house or move on. Oh, I love that. So there has been a lot to think about. Yes, and you're in a similar situation. I don't plan to go far. I love that. See? Beautiful. It doesn't mean she has to live under the same roof, but, there are alternatives to that without um, moving to another country, let's just say. Okay. Ooh, all right, guys. I think I'm toast for the night. Trying to see how many minutes. 338 minutes. Whew. Too long. A long time. All right, I'm going to call it a night. I don't think there's anybody else waiting. I think that was it, right? I'm going to call it a night. I had fun tonight, though, guys. So good to see everybody. Oh, my gosh, y'all are just the best in the world. Now, I am buying a house this week, but I'm going to try to do a live chat for my members. And I can't tell you what night yet. I'll try to post it. I'm fingers crossed Tuesday or Wednesday, but I really hate to promise that yet because I've got to meet. I'm setting up appointments with contractors and all that stuff. And, half the time they don't want to come till after work and yada, yada, yada. So I got to kind of nail some of that down first. But I will plan to be here this week if I can do it at all. Yes. Thank you, Jacob. I'm scared and excited all at the same time because I thought when I moved here, this was my last house forever. And I downsized, and that's exactly, I want to take care of stuff. I don't want to yard work. And I have been happy here, and I really still am happy here. But life sends you things and life changes, as we've said. And so for several reasons, I've decided to get a little bit bigger place and, adapt to changes, just more change, just stuff. So that's coming up this week. Thank you. Appreciate that, Joseph. Thank you. Yep. I think the closing's going to go well. No worries. I think it's a done deal for all intents and purposes, but you never know. Okay. All right, guys, I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, especially to my moderators. You guys mean the world to me and couldn't do this without you. And hopefully I will see you one night this week. I'll do my best to post it ahead of time. I promise I'm going to do my best. Okay. Wishing you all a fabulous week. A peaceful full moon eclipse. Okay. There you go. All right. Good night, everybody. Take care.